And let me just say, I'm not 1,000% sure. I'm not 1,000% sure that it's going to be a normal show like you guys would always expect. For example, you know what I'm looking for? You know what I need? Here's what I need. I need a surgeon, an ENT surgeon, who can line my sinus cavities with like some kind of metal alloy. You know anybody? Anybody got a friend? No, it's not a secret show, Burton. I just feel like butthole. I can't shake it, man. It's been like 2 weeks now. And if I take something, it just knocks me out. Like, I've had a miserable 2 weeks. Yes, Scalyback, the allergies. And you know what? You know what's crazy? The leaves haven't even started turning yet. Gradumacated says COVID. No, I've tested negative for the vid. What's up, everybody? Dude, my allergies are killing me. It's been 2 weeks. Ugh. Evening, everybody. What's going on? Welcome. Grass pollen. Yeah, but you know what? It's never been this bad up here on the mountain. I mean, I do live on a mountain. I live on a farm, but it's never been this bad. And the trees haven't even started dropping leaves yet. Oh God, I can't even bear to think about next month. Hey, Bender, how are you? Muwak, just stop having allergies. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, good Lord. Have I moved the Enterprise on the back wall? No, I have not, Paulo. But I did change the camera angles. I've zoomed in more. Because Griffin told me to zoom in more. So I've zoomed in a little bit more. And now you don't see the UltimatDJz sign up here. Look, my counter's not working. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. Yeah, see, there are the marks still on the wall. I need to get the wall repainted. People's allergies are getting worse with the weather changes. More heat means more pollen, and pollen that is worse for allergies. Well, yeah, the sound is working. That's good, Matt. Hello. Put the sign near the door, like over here, like right here, right there. You can do something like that. Tony Pie, thank you for your 5 kitty bitties. J-Babes, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Also saw Mark. Thank you for becoming a brand new gold member over on the YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madrox. I'm number 1. Thank you, Madrox. So yesterday, you know, I would have thought that a good rainstorm would have settled it down, but it just flared up today. So yesterday we had terrible thunderstorms, lots of wind, but terrible thunderstorms. I was without power for like 13 hours yesterday, which was fine over in the house. I had power in the house, but I don't have the generator out here. So I wasn't able to do a show last night or yesterday during the day. But I got power back at like close to midnight last night. And then today, it's just been really windy. Today's just been really windy. But my allergies are... Ask my doctor about fexofenadine. Okay, I'll write it down. Look, you hear that? I can barely even breathe through my nose holes. What are they called? Nostrils. Those things. Yeah, no, it's bad. I need a Generac. I do have a Generac. It's just on the house. I don't have it on the studio. I actually realized a fatal flaw with my battery backup out here. Okay. Guys, I might have made a mistake. You know how we got that amazing new UPS battery backup for the studio, which is fantastic. Thank you, community, for funding that. Snake Eyes specifically led the charge on that. So I actually realized that my modem is not plugged into it. So even if we lost power in the studio, the studio would stay on, but the internet doesn't. So I've got to run a new line. And it used to be fine. But here's what happened. Yeah, I know. I had my internet router right here on the desk. But then remember when I got that Wi-Fi extender repeater thing? Well, I put it upstairs in the attic, and then I put the repeater down here. So the repeater has power. But now the router box that's up in the attic doesn't. So I didn't think about that. So now I'm going to have to run an extension cord or some type of wiring all the way from this room all the way up to the attic where I installed the router. You can't. I screw so many things up, guys. Yeah, pro streamer. I apologize. A nuclear deterrent antihistamine. What, fexofenadine? I need it, dude.
I think I foobarred this.
I foobarred it. I did. Yeah, no, it's terrible. At that point, run a network cable. Why would I run a network cable to the battery backup? I'm thinking. You're making me think, but I'm also foggy. My head is foggy. So I'm trying to think. Because I'm also on a little bit of DayQuil. Maybe a little bit too much. Network cable instead of wireless? Oh, no. So I am running network cable here. I see what you're talking about. You're talking about running a network cable from upstairs down to the desk. I should. I might do that. Either way, I'm going to have to run power to it also. Madrock says, I think some short STFC recap and then shooting up some 12-year-olds in Fortnite will do you some good. I thought about playing Fortnite earlier today. And we are going to do some STFC here tonight. We got a couple things to talk about. The arc is wrapping up. So we can do those little things. But yeah, I doubt it's going to be a full-length normal show just because I feel miserable. I kind of wish I could have done Studio B yesterday or streamed with you guys for a while yesterday because I was feeling better yesterday. Probably because it was like during the storm. But then today, the wind. And I would have thought that the rain would have tamped everything down. But today feels miserable. So I'm sorry that I've been in and out a little bit. I haven't done a show since Tuesday. Slipknot says, hey, Mr. DJs, no music tonight? No Studio B tonight, dude. I feel awful. I do have a show that I could upload. I've got a show that I can upload. We could do that. Heck, Madrox, I could play. I don't know exactly how to do that, but I could play another show and just like let it go on replay. Do something like that, but I'm afraid my cold medicine will knock me out. Hey, Burton. Yeah, we had an arc. We did. It's the end of the arc as we know it here today. And we'll talk a little bit about that, highs and lows. Yes, cheers with the beer. Hold it. How's the milk? I haven't drank that. Ew, gross. It's still sitting right here. I never did anything with it. It's still here in the studio. I'm not drinking that. I'm scared to drink it. If I'm taking DayQuil, the drowsiness is in my head. Well, I've taken some DayQuil today, but I took something else here an hour or two ago because I just couldn't take it anymore. And I don't know exactly what's in it. It's called Chloromez. And it's going to knock me out. That's what I took last weekend that knocked me out for like 12 hours. I don't remember what's in it. It's like a compounded thing from the pharmacy. Chloromez. I don't know. It's good stuff. Wait, why? What face palm? What's the face palm? I wasn't face palming. I was smearing snot out of my nose. Sorry, Daystros. I will. Hey, Tarpy, how are you?
Hi. Confused currently.
Why?
What are you doing with pumps?
Daystra said I face palmed, and I wasn't face palming. I was smearing snot out of my nostril.
That's not better. Okay, that's gross.
I have tissues, cat lady. I have tissues. As a matter of fact, these are from Webster Sponge. I knew they would come in handy one day. I have like 13 packs of these tissues from, I'm pretty sure it was Webster that bought these for us, wasn't it? I say for us, as if I shared any of these with anybody. I have been using them, cat lady. I've been using them. I've still got like 5 or 6 here. I still got 5. Does Villains Part 2 start on Tuesday? Not this coming Tuesday, but Tuesday the 7th. Tuesday the 7th, drastic leak. As a matter of fact, we do have here your calendar of events. Coming up tomorrow, Saris Invasion. Tuesday, Officer Flash Pass is going to start with some heroic stuff, more aggregation hostiles, group armadas, leaderboards, the Recon Locust building, Fall Harvest Pass. Don't know what that is, Tarpy, but I'm going to imagine that it's very much like that. What was the extra bonus battle pass we had last month?
If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
I'm not going to complain about it as long as it's got a free track. All right, I'm not complaining as long as there's a free track. So that's probably what the Fall Harvest Pass is. Innovations in technology. Beyond the Limits and Armada Destruction. Don't know what those are, but leaderboards. Fist of the Empire on Friday the 3rd. Fist of the Empire, we actually know what that is. That is currently running. Or it was running yesterday. I don't remember. Which one was it? Fist of the Empire. Here it is. Fist of the Empire is arenas.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't do very well on the last one. Yeah, arena matches. By the way, I'm glad that they actually launched an arena event. It actually increased participation numbers ever so slightly. So that's a good thing.
But the event, hopefully they change it slightly. Did you see how it scored last week?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at it. Lose or draw,
Okay.
10 points.
Okay, so there's
40 points.
A line that they didn't put in the event text that had they put it in the event text, I think a lot of things would have been okay.
Uh-oh.
But they neglected to tell you that it only scored if you were the one hosting the arena.
Oh, Scopely. Well done. Well done.
That's messed up.
Well done, guys. All right. Well, there's that. So I guess now you guys know for the next one, you guys have to lead. You guys have to lead your own squad. That's funny.
I think I foo bought this.
That's funny stuff right there.
Yeah, like go play arenas, but on average, if everyone needs to do however many fights to finish their SMS.
Now, Shiz says it was leader if you went out of alliance, but if it was an alliance squad, everybody scored. Is that correct?
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure if Shiz says it, it has to be true. But
what was that? I mean,
what?
Damn, Shiz, you gonna take that heat? Dang. Squad leader if you are outside of arenas. But look, Keith is saying the same thing. I did not lead a squad, and
That's
mine
fine.
scored.
Yeah.
Ice Wolf said he is right. So if it was an alliance,
Cool.
if you played in an alliance squad, then everybody scored. Very interesting. All right. Well, there you go. All right. Fantastic stuff right there. Thank you, Ice Wolf. Thank you, Shiz. Appreciate that. I didn't know. As you guys can tell, I did not play. You know, it's funny. I feel bad. This is a funny thing. I'm gonna share this little story, and then I'm going to sit back and I'm gonna eat my crow or eat my humble pie. For months and months, I begged, demanded, screamed, yelled, fussed, kicked, clawed, cried about them changing arena days. And then they finally did it. and it's on Friday, which, as it now happens to be, is high school football Friday night. So I still don't have time to play. Mondays would still be bad. Okay, don't get me wrong. Mondays would still be bad for me. But Fridays actually are equally as bad for me. So I guess I'm just doomed. I'm doomed when it comes to arenas. I will never be able to find an 8-hour window in which I can play because it's football Friday night. All right. Fridays are rough, says Noon Whistle. It can be, but, you know, at least they offered another day. They changed the day, which we've been asking for a very, very long time. But, you know, this past Friday, Tarpy, I was at Noah's football game. And I've been taping all their games so I can work on, like, this documentary thing for them. So Fridays will be great in the winter. Yeah, absolutely they will be. All right. It'll be great eventually. I just have like 7 more weeks or 8 more weeks that I have to get through. Now, as soon as they do that, then they'll change them. And it'll be on a Thursday or something like that. So, yeah, Noon Whistle, you're right. There's never going to be a perfect day. Riskbreaker says the same. There's never going to be a good day. And that's why I have to sit back and I kind of have to say, you know, this is not on them. All right. They did finally what we asked them to do, which is change up the date. Hey, Kaboom. What's going on? Thanks for the follow. Riskbreaker says there's not going to be any pleasing the majority. And I am a perfect example of that. In which, you know, I needed a change of the date, and they did, and I still, you know, have real life. So, but nonetheless, they did have this event. So just so you know, when this runs again, if you're going to run it with your alliance, then everybody will score. If you're going to run a public squad, then only the leader will score, and that's going to run again on Friday the 3rd. Saturday the 4th, we've got Incursions. All right. And a host of events that are going to be happening there. Sunday, a faction hunt. Monday, another faction hunt. And then you will see the launch of Villains Part 2 on Tuesday the 7th. Okay. Has War Room event. I don't see it on the schedule. I will tell you, though, crazy enough, that's a fun event. Obviously, it's not even really an event, right? I mean, you just go and you mine like 10 ISO and you come back and you're done, right? That's all there is to it. What I did notice, in case anybody was interested in this, there are, and I bought them, so they're not going to show up. There are War Room materials in your Ferengi Battle Pass rewards. So I did buy those. As a matter of fact, I went through today while I was laying in bed, snotting uncontrollably, and I spent, you guys would be proud of me, I spent all of my currency. That way I didn't get stuck with anything. So I spent all my, looks like I still have a couple of things left. What do I still have left here? Did I earn something today? No. I spent all of my Battle Pass. Wait, you mean my War Room is not maxed? No, it is not. It is sadly only at level 36. But there were War Room materials in your Ferengi Battle Pass that was in the currencies and materials area, as well as holodeck stuff. But I spent all my stuff today. So just kind of wanted to remind you guys about that. You have less than 24 hours. Matter of fact, the Ferengi Battle Pass rewards disappear in about 16 hours from now. So be sure to go spend those. I did spend a little bit on some officers, but mostly ship parts and building materials is what I spent on this time, which is a little not normal for me, but I have adjusted. All right, I've adjusted because Crusito and I had a conversation. Matters and I have talked a little bit about it, about what we're going to do, Tarpy, if in fact, and by the way, I asked and it was not directly answered as to whether or not an actual event store has been replaced by the Ferengi Event Store. Okay, by the Ferengi Battle Pass. So I have not received a direct answer. However, their silence is somewhat telling. So what I and Matters and Crusito have actually been working on here over the last couple of days is all of those things. Right? Crusito came out on the last show and said, hey, everything that is in the regular event store, we can source in other areas now. Now, at first glance, Tarpy, that sounds like a very bold statement. Actually doesn't sound correct at all. But Crusito actually had, Vic says that's crazy talk. Well, so far,
no, it's not.
So far, and we're not done with this chart. We're not done, okay? Citation needed. That's right, Vic. Well, we're working on the citation. That was his claim. Hey, what's going on? Look, Waddy 3. Hello, welcome as a first-time chatter. That was the claim. So, Vic, absolutely. Citation needed. That's what we're working on. That is actually what we're going through right now. We're not nearly done because there's over 100 items in the event store. But what we're doing is we're going through item by item and looking for areas where there is sourcing. Okay, somewhere else. Now, you guys mentioned the ship skins. That's a good one. I'm going to make a little personal note because I haven't gotten to that point yet. What we have worked through is mainly currencies, juices, officers, et cetera, et cetera. So far, we're batting near 1,000. We have found 1 or 2 items that are not there. Okay, look what I see. I get it. I see now. Look what I see. 3. See, I would have gotten that on a normal day, but I'm on cold medicine today, so reading is hard. All right. However, yes, ship skins, projectile, says Sean, something that we want to look at. I see that Enterprise. Ship skins are not there. So we're going to go through. We're working on this chart, okay? And you guys don't need to throw out a bunch of stuff right now. We're working on it methodically. We've got a list. We're going through. But so far, Crusito is more right than he is not when we talk about the sourcing in a traditional event store, okay? So we're going, now subject says, no avatars or frames. Really? You want me to, really? Really? Were you going to spend 250,000 event store loot on an avatar? Really?
I'm just jealous that person is done with literally everything else. That cosmetics were the first thing on their list. That is awesome. Good for you.
He's like, hey, wait a second. There is avatars and frames in there. So, okay, in all fairness, but like I said, we haven't gone through the entire list yet. It is a very large project, and we're trying to go through all that. And obviously, I've been very busy at work. Crusito's been very busy at work. So we're working on that, all right? It is a claim that I asked him to follow up with data. And he is, all right? So we are working on that. And so far, he's actually very, very right, Tarpy. Most of the stuff is there.
You sound surprised. He's usually pretty right.
He is usually pretty right about stuff. But then, sometimes he's also just snarky and a little bit of a smart aleck. All right, so we're working on that.
Compared to the rest of us? All right. The same amount of snarky as most of us.
But yes, we're working on that. So that was when I kind of decided, all right, you know what? I'm going to have to wake up. I'm going to have to smell some coffee. If I could smell anything, that would be great. I wish I could smell something. And I started looking at the Ferengi Battle Pass. Okay, started looking at the Ferengi Battle Pass for some things. So, for example, you'll also notice that I do not have beryllium spheres in here for my protector. I bought some of those. Okay, I bought the Vindicator parts, which makes me gag, but I did. Okay, so yeah, looking at some of this stuff now. Hang on, Riskbreaker. You're saying badges like in Cons Challengers. Well, we're looking at the primary warehouse style event store. Okay, so we're not looking at the other individual event stores. And if you remember, that was an add-in, kind of a last-second add-in that Griffin got added in there. But nonetheless, badges are definitely something because we need to work on that. Okay, no junker parts. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe junker parts were ever in the warehouse on its last run. Okay, so we're comparing the actual warehouse event store. Now, that's not to say that obviously, and we have said this, there needs to be some additions to the Ferengi Event Store. That's actually what we're working on. Okay? What is sourceable in other areas that used to be in an event store is now somewhere else? What is not sourced anywhere else are the items that we need to come back and either find sourcing for something else or get them added to the Ferengi Event Store. Tarpy, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, did you see someone was asking about that in a Discord you and I are both in the other day, to come up with a list of things people would like to see in the event store?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is, that's mainly what Krusito and I are working on at this point, except we're trying to come up with some scientific and sourcing-based data to back it up. All right, is kind of what we're doing. So, look what I see says, do you all think the GS31 is junk? Oh, no. You're a first-time chatter here. We actually call it the junker. All right, it's a silly thing, but no, the GS31, it's actually called, like, the actual name is the junker. So, like, that's just
scow.
Yeah, the garbage scow. We call it the junker. That's just my vernacular for it. Yes, the GS31 actually, as Arilla says, best ship in the game. It's definitely a top 3 for me. It could be the best ship. I haven't really thought about it. I haven't really thought whether or not it's like number 1 for me, but it is definitely a very top tier ship, Arilla. Absolutely S tier ship. Okay. Absolutely.
And better nickname than your other nickname.
Yeah.
For it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We don't talk about that anymore.
It moved itself out of the range for that.
Yeah. When it first came out, I don't even remember what was exactly the terminology on it. The Jizz 31, is that what I called it? Yeah.
Yeah.
When it first came out, anyway, so the junker, okay, great ship, absolutely worth investing in, and definitely worth chasing, for sure. All right. Any word, says Nelly, on when we can unlock a second one? No, crazy. I keep asking that question. Even when they talk about monetization, like they want a pack that's going to sell and make money, my God, sell another junker. You will make money. Okay, period. Hard stop, hands down. Open up a junker pack, and you will sell a boatload of those packs. All right, I mean, I can't. I would buy another one. I would buy another one right now. And I don't even spend money. I'm a free to play. All right. Nelly says 100%. They need to. I don't know why they don't. All right. It literally does not affect the gameplay in any negative fashion. We've talked about this a million times. All right. We've talked about this a million times. All it is a convenience thing. The one argument that I've had on game mechanics are arenas. And I tell them, I'm like, hey, I'm here to tell you, everybody's bringing the junker anyway. Like, you max junkers have a 45-second cooldown. If everybody brings one, there's no hostiles in there anyway. Okay? So, if that's the only answer that you've got is to not offering another one, let me just tell you, it doesn't matter. They're already clearing everything out with junkers. Okay? Riskbreaker says not 2 per person. Is that an actual benefit, though? I don't know that a second one would fundamentally be an advantage to you, to be perfectly blunt. All right? I think 1 is a solid advantage, but I don't know that 2 would be a strategic advantage over your other. Mark says it would make waves ridiculously easy. They were meant to, that was the wave tool. You know what I'm saying? That was the wave tool. That it was meant to be that. So and just to be fair, it's kind of already easy if you've got that max junker. Like a second junker isn't going to make it any more easy. If you have a max junker, a G6 Elite is easy now. You know? So I don't necessarily agree with that. For me, it has accomplished its goal, and what I would use it for now is convenience. Convenience. For example, I spent a lot of time, again, while I was laying in bed, kind of snotting around this weekend, yesterday, especially when I didn't have power, Tarpy, I decided to get caught up on a bunch of missions, okay? I went through and I searched, because I've been working on Federation faction reputation here now because I've got Klingon and Rom done. So I've been working on Federation. And I had a gazillion missions that I had not done. Well, one of the most annoying things about missions is the piece of the mission that says, go kill 17 level 63 hostiles, except you're in a 64 level system when you get that. So 2/3 of the hostiles that you could kill aren't even going to count, right? And then you're going to have to warp to a higher. So I just left my junker in the Gorn system. And I used my disco and my board cube and was just warping around all over the place, doing all these missions. And anytime I had to hit hostiles, I just beamed Gorn. All right? It was brilliant. And by the way, I don't mean that I came up with that idea. I actually got that from chat. That's a brilliant idea. All right? I just left it in the Gorn system and just boom. Every time I needed to kill hostiles, I just beamed them 5 at a time every 45 seconds. It was great. So that is a convenience to me. Chat does have brilliant ideas. That was a convenience to me. That is an acceleration for me. I was willing to pay for that acceleration in using that to accelerate my gameplay. I think it's a great idea. So yes, I do think that they should sell another one. I have no idea why they don't. It blows my mind. Again, like the biggest thing in the conversations that have come up have been arenas. I'm here to tell you, I think it doesn't impact arenas in the least. Not at all. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Maybe this is a good conversation for Scopely to hear. Maybe we'll spend 3 minutes on this. Hey, MJ. I don't think that it would negatively impact arenas in the slightest. Riskbreaker seems to have a very serious opinion about it in chat. If you have an opinion, raise your hand. Maybe you want to come up in Discord and tell us about it. Think about this objectively speaking, from Scopely's vantage point. Is there an actual reason, either in waves or arenas, that Scopely feels they cannot allow a second junker into the economy? Tarpy? Putz? Anything? I think they should do it.
The only thing that I can think of is that can you beam another player's ship and take, and just constantly just beam them as they come into the system every 45 seconds, or split that in half every 22 seconds, you're going to be able to kill all of the player ships in there.
No.
If that's the case, then yeah, it's broken, but I don't think that's the case.
So 22 seconds times 3 people on the other team. I don't know if there's enough beams for that. But you could totally have one person weaken every ship that came into the system, and then another person kill them.
Well, the other thing to there is that the PvP beam itself, I don't think it's certainly not powerful enough to take out a traditional warship. Now, maybe a protector,
right?
Maybe.
Hence weaken.
Okay.
And then someone else come and kill it. So it's like you have a vengeance out there. It gets weakened by player B. on the other team, player A goes and kills everything with their maxed vengeance or whatever.
Okay.
So it's just another support ship that you could use every 20 seconds instead of every 45 seconds if it's maxed.
Okay. I don't know if I don't. If you had everybody doing that, then I don't know. Really? Do we think that would happen? That is 22 and a half. That's right. Would that become the meta? Denver says, yeah, 2 junkers per player, debuffing combat ships and deleting all hostiles would massively change the arena meta. So the hostiles spawn almost instantly. All right. So you're never going to run out of hostiles. Debuffing is fine, except you still have to have somebody else in there killing them and chasing them. And you can't go that fast. So they're still going to be able to move around. I don't know. I don't know that would have a big impact. How is that any different than multiple mantises coming in now? How is that different than the Protector with its come back to life ability, Omega 13? That's right, Prime. If everybody is debuffed, then nobody's debuffed, right?
Could it be a back end issue that if you had so many of the junkers constantly killing the hostiles as they spawned, that it would somehow, lead to breaking of the spawning of the hostiles?
Oh, there's no evidence to support that up to this point. There's no evidence to support that as of now. Interesting hypothesis, but that's not.
But if you had, let's say 6, and you timed it out, and you could get somebody using it every 5-6 seconds, you're gonna kill all the hostiles in like 2 beams, and then as soon as they regen, you're killing them and killing them and killing them. I don't know. I see a lot of hostiles that are stuck and whatnot, and
you've seen hostiles
areas
stuck in arenas?
No, not in arena. I'm just saying elsewhere in the game. So it's possible that this fast influx of spawning and killing and spawning and killing could potentially break it, and that may be what they are worried about.
Well, could be. A lot of what ifs. We don't know, but I am an advocate for another junker just because it's such a great ship. All right. I would love to be able to use that in my normal everyday gameplay. All right. But yeah, I mean, you can get a second Protector. That's right. You can technically even go get a second Mantis. I think you can get a second everything up to this point. This will be one of the first ships that you can. So anyway, it was an interesting thought. Krusty says you can buy the second one if you got one free to play. Not with the junker. No. That cannot happen. The only way that happened, so I only know of one person in the galaxy that has a second junker. Krusty says it's in my store. Are you talking about the junker?
Or the parts?
Or are you talking about the parts for the junker? I'm talking about the junker, the GS31.
Right, that's what he's talking about.
Krusty says he's got a GS31 unlock in his store right now. No way.
Buy it.
Did they actually do it? Is it finally here? Have we spent the last 15 minutes talking about it? They're listening.
Go look in your store.
I'm looking right now. Gobbler says, I also have it. C Engineering says, I have it. Oh, my God. I'm going to go buy it. Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Free to Play.
Sorry. I want to have it.
Eats beef runny out of a can.
Oh, my God. Hold on. We can get a second junker, everybody. We can get a second junker.
Wait. I have a question. Before you buy it.
What? Too late.
Shenanigans?
No, don't do shenanigans.
Get 3?
No.
Is
Don't do shenanigans. Don't do
What?
don't do shenanigans.
Oh God. Hi, Dr. Iron Chef.
Look, Chef! There's a second junker available now! Oh, man. Now you guys got me thinking about how much I want to spend on this.
200. I'm such a good friend, aren't I?
Jason,
is that the sound your nose just made, or
yes.
was that like
yeah,
you
no,
actually?
that was...
Okay.
So if you earned the first one free to play, then there's a second one here.
But you didn't.
So technically, I did because.
Oh, because you were granted one?
Because I didn't buy the pack. Yeah. So wait, is it only for people who didn't buy the first one?
Oh, that's shitty.
That's not gonna.
What?
That's not okay.
Oh,
Wait,
now I've
which
got to buy
tab
it.
is it in?
Now I've got to buy it.
Which
I'm
tab
sorry.
is
I
it
got
in?
it's in the ship pack. I got to buy it now. Sorry, I can't not. This is a thing. I apologize. I just clicked the button.
Wait. Yeah, I don't have it either. Oh, that. Okay, you need to tell somebody after people buy it. That is. That's BS.
It's a
by the
weekend.
way.
It's a weekend. All right. It's a Sunday. I'm gonna let that sit and marinate until 9 a.m. tomorrow when I can actually file a report.
That is. Okay, somebody else. What is? Okay, so that has no time limit, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I just looked, Carpy. I have it in my store. So I would
That
like
is
to start
such
a fund.
BS.
Okay, hang on.
I'd like to start
Okay.
a GoFundMe fund for my second one.
Hang on. Chef says you could have bought 2 more. I know, but I didn't. I didn't. Okay. Now, quick question.
Yeah. Oh, reload your store. It's not in the store if you've bought it, Smurf. But do it. Click it.
Wait, why?
Click it.
Why would you want me to click
Click
it again?
Because I'm a bad friend. Because we want to know if it still works. Like,
I'm trying. Something is happening. Oh, damn! Didn't work.
okay, but now get it for everybody else. Because
You guys can use shenanigans.
you can imagine there's not everybody can do that, especially if they bought the first one. There's going to be a lot of people who want to spend that money.
You're telling me. Oh, I know that. So you're telling me that if you paid for the first one, you do not have this pack.
This is in the generic ships.
Yeah.
Like, scroll to the right, past the faction ships.
Yeah, go into offers, go to ships tab, and it was like halfway down.
Yeah, it's not in there if you
It
bought
does say remaining 1. No way.
Yeah. So.
All right. Are you telling me that I need to report this?
I mean, it is now. It is an advantage for people who are low spend. Like.
Viking says they already know it.
If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
Chris
Okay,
says
so
I
if they
didn't.
already-
Chris says I did not buy it. I earned it, and I do not have it as an option now. It's interesting.
So, for the people who would actually buy it, they probably already did. And so the people who would probably buy a second one is a much smaller pool of the people who ground it out versus the people who bought it, invested in it.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong
would
with me.
probably buy a second one.
I still feel like that's if you were going to do it that way, then everyone needed the option to earn it for free. You see what I'm saying? It should have been like the Reliant, where if you bought it early, you still could have grabbed out the second one.
Okay. Could they put it back in the store then, or in the faction store? Like if I have to wait another 100 days, I wouldn't mind waiting 100 days to get a second one for free.
Here's the thing. If they added it back now, then it would start your 100 days over again. That's also a little bit unright.
But I already have some blueprints from, because I didn't buy it the first day or something like that. Like I have a couple extra ones. I don't care if they're sitting in my inventory because they're not going to hurt me. But it would be really, really good of them in a, hey, let's make this fair for the people who actually invested in this.
All right. I am writing a report as we speak because you're right. It's not super good balancing here. So I'm going to write, Dear Live Ops. Somehow, the GS31 unlock pack was targeted at those who had not purchased it prior, instead of targeting at those who have not unlocked it. I can't spell unlocked. Unlocked it. As a result, your friendly neighborhood cat person now has a second junker. As does anyone who was watching his stream who did not buy the original unlock pack. This is not my fault. This is not my fault.
Hey,
don't blame me.
Scopely just got money. They got money.
You're making money.
So.
That said, the unlock pack needs to be turned on for those who also bought the original unlock pack, so that folks who want to shovel cash into your bank account can do so. Please.
Also, can they put it back in the faction store? Because I would rather
what we
be able to earn
discovered
it in the.
is that players who ground out the free option and didn't buy the pack were able to see this offer and get a second junker. As a result of this targeting error, we would like to humbly request that the blueprints be added back to the faction store so that those who did buy the original can now earn their free one if you don't turn the bundle back on. FYI, most of those players are willing to buy the second. So go make money. Turn it on. Okay, thanks. Good? Good? Anything else I need to write?
Thank you.
Anything else I need to write? Anything else I need to write? Enter.
I don't think so.
Okay, done.
Good.
Nelly, don't thank me. Aren't you the one who told me it was here? Aren't you the one who told me it was here? Somebody told me it was here. It was Krusty. Krusty told me it was here. Krusty, thank you. Thank you. Everybody thank Krusty. If you got a second junker today, thank Krusty. Good job, Krusty. Scopely thanks you for your patronage. All right. Benny Hill says, take my money. All right. Ice Wolf just gifted a sub to Krusty. There you go. Well, thank goodness for happy accidents, right? That's great. Oh my gosh.
Buy it.
No way. You know what? In fairness, I never did buy it the first time. This was me buying the ship that I didn't buy the first time around because Scopely gave it to me. And I did always say that I would have spent on the ship. Did I not? Did I not say that? I did always say that I would have, even if Scopely hadn't given it to me, I would have spent on the ship. Here is me not being a hypocrite. This is me just holding true to what I said to the people, is that this ship is worth $100. And now I have 44,000
If I don't open
upgrade
it, then
parts.
later I can claim ignorance, right?
Oh my God! Please hold on. I need to check something here. Spocks.club. How many GS31? How many parts does it take to max this thing? Could I max it now? Hold on. Let's take a look.
You have an EXO, don't you? Does that have an EXO yet?
I don't know. It takes. Oh no! Oh no!
That's
no!
messed up.
It's going to take a lot. Okay. No, it's going to take 247,000 parts. I've only got 44,000. Okay, but hey, we're working on it. We're working on it. Okay.
Yep. And no EXO, by the way, not yet.
No EXO for the junker just yet. But hey, so 5 tiers today. Let's see how far we could get with it today. I bet you there's tier 6. We're good on tier 6.
Just
Tier
gonna toss it out there that
Go
there's
to tier
probably
6.
another Chronicle event next month.
Oh well, yeah. I'll earn parts. I'll have plenty of parts by then.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, Burton. It's only about 100 days to max another one. I mean, I can go to tier 6 right now. Oh man.
And wouldn't it be shorter because you have the max refinery?
Yeah, it's going to be faster because you've got the tier 15 refine. Oh me, oh my.
Happy Sunday, DJs.
Thank you guys. You know, this is what I needed after feeling like crap all weekend. I needed a second junker. Thank you, community. No, anytime you've had a second thing, Benny Hill, it's never reset your refinery. Cottontail, thanks for rating in. Go buy a second junker. That's all. It's probably not meant to be up. LASIK says, how was Dayton? Dude, Dayton is where this thing all kicked off. All right. You know, Putz, first of all, let me say publicly, I apologize to Putz. He texted me while I was there. I didn't have time. I think that I did message you back. I might not have, but it was a whirlwind. I didn't have time. I was there for 23 hours. But let me just tell you, this is where I got sick.
Well, you didn't invite me out to hang, so you paid the consequences, I guess.
This is where I got sick. Dayton made me sick. Okay, and I have not recovered since I've been back. Oh no! Where do I get the core tiers? That's in the refinery, right? Hold on. Yeah. Whew. Okay. You know what? If I were you, just in case something crazy were to happen, let's just go get all these core tiers real quick, just to make sure nothing's gonna happen. We're just gonna go ahead and claim them all. Go ahead and claim them all. There we go. Okay. Yes, Ohio makes me sick, Vic. It makes him sick too. Now, just to demonstrate, no, the refinery is not going to reset. It never has. That is not a thing. Tavor, Franklin, Vidar, all the things. Okay, it'll stay at your max, at the max part of where you got it. All right. So there's no resetting of the refinery or anything like that. So we're going to continue on. Crusito said, must be nice to have two. I wish I could have a second, but those that bought one get the middle finger. Well, not necessarily, Crusito. All right. First of all,
did you miss the part?
Yeah, apparently you just tuned in. All right. But this is kind of what we what we were just talking about. I literally just escalated it. So if it's not supposed to be up and you want to buy it, you better hurry up and go do it because they may take it down. However, what we advocated for, Crusito, was to give those players who did buy the first one the opportunity at the free one, like they did the Reliant. Okay? That's how it should have happened, is like they did with the Reliant. If you paid for one, you could still earn a second. All right, Papa Smurf says, my very first asthma attack happened in Ohio. Dude, I'm telling you, I have not recovered. Since being to Dayton, my allergies have been out of whack since I got back. I have been sick since I got back. It's been terrible.
You know they're allergies, right?
Maybe I got some kind of weird virus while I was there. Maybe Dayton is trying to kill me.
Probably. I mean, Ohio does that, but...
I didn't even think Ohio was real.
Before you go to work tomorrow?
Huh?
Do you have a COVID test and before you have to go to work tomorrow?
I took one on Thursday. Wait, was Thursday? No, Friday. I took one on Friday.
That wouldn't be soon enough if you would have gotten it in Dayton for you to have enough stuff in your nose to have a test go positive.
All right, I'll take another one.
Most likely.
I don't know if I have another. I think I do. I think I've got one more. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's gross. Dayton's trying to kill me. All right, so.
I mean, it could be allergies, and I hope it is.
I hope it is too. I think it probably is. I think it probably is, but oof. Anywho. All right. Ohio is not for lovers. Virginia is for lovers. Okay? Ohio is just dirty. Sorry. I'm sorry. It really, Dayton's not even pretty. You remember when I went to, sorry, Putz, but it's not. Listen, when I went to Dallas, you guys remember when I came back and I'm like, dude, Dallas was a beautiful city. Like, shout out Dallas. You guys are beautiful. It was friendly. It was fun. Dallas was great. I did not feel the same way about Ohio. All right, I'm sorry. Ohio was, the roads were crap. All right, there's grass growing out of the sidewalks. All right, it's just not a pretty town. It's not pretty. So I'm sorry.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say that Mrs. Putz has permanently uninvited you.
The people are great. The people are great. The city was not pretty. All right, the people were great. We had fun while we were out there. We did have. Oh my God! I didn't tell you guys about the party bus. Oh my God! We got a party bus. All right. I don't know who this was. Actually, I do. I know the company, and I will be happy to give them a name drop because they had a party bus. All right. Hang on. Let me name drop this one for you. Let's see if you know who this is, Putz. Because they provided us a party bus, and the party bus was cool. All right. This was a limousine bus with like a bar in it and like nice couches and a freaking disco ball and lighting. All right. And they gave us an iPhone or whatever so that we could play our own music. It was kind of ridiculous. It was actually fully ridiculous. All right. Shout out to I'm looking for it. No way. Do I not have it? I got every other Oh, here it is. Dayton Black Car.
Never heard of it.
Dayton Black Car had a party bus. Dude, the party bus was awesome. I'm going to have to see if I can find some video, and I'll share some video with you because we rode the party bus like 4 times, and one of those times I was 8 double Macallans in. And I may or may not, I can't remember exactly, but I do seem to remember there being a pole and some genuine pony.
Oh boy. Yeah. Wish we had video on that.
I'm pretty sure there is video. I think there's video. I'll send Mrs. Boss a message and ask for it. Hey,
Oh my God. Do it.
Could I have all the video from the party bus? All right. See what she says. I know she took some because the next day she was getting messages back on whatever social media she uses. I think Snapchat. Is that what people use these days? I didn't think anybody used Snapchat anymore. Snapchat's still a thing?
No, yeah.
Okay. So anyway, she was using Snapchat, and we got messages back. The allergies make sense now? No. If anything, the McAllen should have burned it out. Stryker says 4 times on a party bus in a 23-hour trip. Well, they picked us up from the airport. Then... No, that was not Party Bus. Party Bus didn't pick us up from the airport. Party Bus took us to dinner. Then Party Bus took us back from dinner. Then Party Bus did pick us up at 7 o'clock the next morning to take us to the meeting, but we didn't utilize Party Bus activities. We did not utilize the Party Bus amenities that morning because we were still recovering from Party Bus the night before.
What? Jules?
What?
Jules?
What, Jules? Hi. Wait, what?
Jules?
Jules isn't on the stage. Jules,
No.
wait.
Is tonight's word party bus?
So, Forgotten Sex says Ohio is terrible, but drinking, then lack of sleep, plus Ohio equals combination to get sick. It could be. It's possible. It's possible that happened. All right. Did they party me into a sale, Guru? Oh, of course. That's how it works. No, in all seriousness, no, I knew what I was doing when I went out there. Like I knew what we were picking up.
Was that the poll?
No.
You knew what you were doing?
No. Yeah. Well, I think so. I think I looked all right.
No.
Oh God.
The answer to the question is, I think I looked all right. No, you did not know what you were doing on the poll.
No. I mean, I kind of did. All right. It was fine.
Wait. You just said you didn't remember it either.
I vaguely. I mean, I remember. I saw video afterwards too. I saw video after, and I was like, "Oh, okay, nice job." Yeah.
Well.
So, anyway. So, there's your second junker, everybody. Enough about me. Enough about that. So, the arc is done today. I want to go around the horn. This is one of the things that we were talking about kind of in our pre-show notes was what some people liked and didn't like about it. I'll start. Angry Lou says, any leaks today? No. Oh gosh.
Can we talk about an event reward?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna screen this video before I see. I wasn't the only one dancing on the pole, apparently. Okay, you know what? All right, we're just gonna hold on those. I'm gonna have to screen those before I share them. Anyway. Oh boy.
Why start now?
Huh?
Why start now?
I will. I'll send you. Okay. Wow. This is great. All right, I'll send you this photo. This is 23 hours later. All right. This is on the flight back, and this is on the flight back. I'll throw this up on the screen. I'll put it in the podcast graphics room if you guys want it. This was on the flight back. Mrs. Boss apparently took this one. I was I was out. I was gone. Okay, yeah. There's me on the flight back. But I was already sick at that point. Like, I was feeling very ill on that flight. I told them that I was not actually asleep, and I wasn't. I was meditating. I was no, honest to God, I was conscious for the whole thing. I was
Did you mean
forcibly.
graphics room or circle?
I put it in the graphics room. I was forcibly.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I was forcibly. I was meditating and I was forcibly making myself not be sick on the plane. That's right. That's exactly right, Danny. I was 100% focused with all of my being to not be sick on the flight. All right. Yes, I was very sick. It was not an enjoyable flight back. What plane has seats like that? It was a private jet. It was very fun. It was fun on the way there, but it was not fun on the way back. So anyway, okay. Burton says badges and event rewards. Why would we not be overjoyed? Okay, we can talk about that. As a matter of fact, there was an event today that offered a singular command badge. And let's see, where is it?
It was called Command. It's like it was in the name of the event.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, my server, at least between my alliance and Jag, we've actually been duking it out. Let me just point out, this is how I'm going to make people upset with this, I'm sure. This is how I know that I actually somewhat enjoyed this month, because I actually had time to do a little bit of grinding. Look at there. Look at me. I'm in 4th place in my alliance. I'm in 6th place in my solo leaderboard for this event. I have actually taken some time to grind this month. I have found, now I don't know if you guys are like this or not, I have found that when I have less things that I have to do, I have found that I have enjoyed a little bit more catching up on things that I wouldn't ordinarily have time to do. Now, you say great rewards. Let me say, Danny, I do not think these are great rewards. All right? I ground out specifically because I had stuff to spend and I needed to do some of this stuff, right? I needed to do relativity things. Tony Rome says, it was a chill month. I enjoyed the slowdown. Me too. I did. I did enjoy that. All right. Now, I'm not at all suggesting that these rewards are fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think this is way, way off. I think that in this particular event, first place probably could have been 4 badges, maybe even 6. First place, for the first place alliance, it should have been enough for 1 tier of an epic officer. You know what I'm saying? Could have been 4, could have been 6. What is the last reward? Is it supposed to be 6 badges? Or is it 4? I can't remember. I think it's 4. That's what it should have been. All right? And it should have paid badges all the way down to top 10. Maybe even top 25. So, Shiz says, I think it's 1, 2, and 4. Then there you go. Top one should have been 7. 2 and 3 should have been 6. 4 through 5 should have been 5. 6 through 10 could have been 3. And then 11 through 25 should have been 2. And even that would have been conservative. Let me say this. I like that they're offering a badge in an event. I do think that they missed the mark on the value of these, okay? But I am going to choose glass half full here, IJ. We've never seen badges in event rewards. Not like this. Okay, we see them in the Thursday event, obviously. We see them in event store stuff. I get it. But this is new. I'm glad on this, but it should have been more. Okay, it should have been more. Tarpy says the rewards made it skippable. I don't necessarily disagree. Like I said, I only did it because I needed to do relativity stuff, which I did. And then I was like, well, I've got Revenant stuff. I'll go ahead and do that. All right, I'll go ahead and do that. So I have not done a whole lot of regular armadas. I did do a few solos, but I know that some people are out there doing that, and that's great. All right. I do think that these rewards definitely missed a mark. There's no doubt about it, especially for a grinders event. This is essentially at least at my grade, I don't know what it's like down in G4 and G5, but in my grade, this is 100% a grinder's event. And why would I say that? I say that because most G6 players have tons and tons and tons of these directives. Okay, let's take a look at G6 solo directives. All right, I don't know. Are those going to show up? Here we go. No,
I have 160 uncommon G6 armadas.
Here we go.
I don't feel like doing them.
Galactic solo directives. Riskbreaker says wrong. I don't know. I mean, not rare and epic, obviously. I don't have a ton. But I've got 40,000 uncommons. And yes, the uncommons count. Okay? Let's take a look at regular Armada directives for G5 and down. Okay? Let's just call rare. Rare Armada directives, 9,600. Now, again, this is just me. Epic Armada directives, 31,000. Regular Armada directives, 30,000. Now, granted, I don't run these very often. Mimi says these don't score. The group
In this event,
the group directives don't count. Okay, well, that's why I was looking at the galactic ones.
so I have like 2 points to make after this when you're done.
Go ahead. Make your points.
So the first one is people, so kind of looping back also to when we were talking about the interim events, cow is not there. That is a really important source of rare directives for
Agreed.
a lot of players, as
Agreed.
well as alliance credits for players. I would like to see if they would add it back because it literally does no harm.
I agree. I totally agree. That actually was brought up in dev chat today about cow. That was brought up by I think it was Arsenic, official moderator on official. He did a great job presenting that. So that was brought up today about bringing back Crucible. Okay, Crucible of War.
Okay.
I think that
Thank you.
is a good thing. I agree. That has always been a part of our teaching on the solo on the directives. Okay. So I definitely agree with that.
Megacube is the same. Like for a lot of G6 players, I mean, it's why we said on this stream a couple weeks ago, like, oh, G6 gets nothing from this. And we didn't realize at the time, specifically for cow, that there are people who do get, that's the main source of their rare directives. That's the main source of their alliance credits for buying shields. So a lot of people are, especially younger players, going to be running out of the ability to buy 7-day shields. So like it helps, and the same with Megacube. Like it's not fantastic sourcing a lot of things, but that any sourcing helps when you are a younger player.
Sure, I don't disagree. Now, Crusito, I don't know where you heard me say that these rewards were good. I did not say that. As a matter of fact, quite contrary, the rewards are garbo. Okay, 100%. I think that they missed the mark on this. You say that the event didn't scale for G6. I'm assuming that you're referring to the rewards because as far as the participation in them, it did. All right, but the rewards are gross. There's no doubt. Like first place in the solo leaderboard, 3,200 temporal disruptors. Well, this event may as well not be here, like at all. This one is a bigger joke than the ALB. All right, I am convinced that this is not actually supposed to be it. I don't even think they forgot a zero candid onion. I mean, players that are well advanced in the DTI store can earn, what is it, 15,000 of these a day, I think. I don't remember exactly the number. Let's see, 40 times 150, 6,000. We can earn 6,000 a day. All right. So, yeah, and G6 don't use them. We're done. I agree with that, Chris. I don't even think this is the right currency. I think this is the wrong resource ID if you're asking me. okay? Because this event is absolutely bonkers wrong, okay? That being said, I am going to focus my attention back on the ALB, which admittedly is not enough, but I actually like what I saw in it as far as the currencies go. How many hundreds of thousands of disruptors do I have? Probably a bunch.
And a lot more once you cash in the other artifacts you've been getting.
You can't see because of the calculator. 400,000. There we go. 400,000 temporal disruptors is what I currently own. So, yeah, obviously that's silly, right? That's a silly, silly thing. Captain Taylor says convert all.
Okay, so I have...
Funny story about that. I actually did do that today. I did.
Today?
Yeah.
Again?
It was the last day of the tournament. So on my last one, I just went ahead and did it. There was no need. You know, I'll earn enough for the next month, so it'll be fine.
So
I did almost every task with the disruptors. Almost. I could have done it with choice, but I prepared for temporal disruptors just in case. But yeah. See, I'm not alone. Nowhere Man did it today. I did today as well. Last day of tournament. After finishing the task, I hit the convert all button. Me too. I did. Sorry, Tarpy. Go ahead.
I might do that now. No, you're fine. So kind of with this ALB, and there was another ALB the last few days and an ALB before that. Didn't they say they were going to be trying to have more alliance-based events?
Yes.
So, I mean, they kind of followed through on that.
They did. And again, I come back. My bigger thing is on this. I totally agree and understand. Are sound alerts and stickers on? I think so. Yeah, they're on. I totally agree that the rewards totally missed the mark. Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
But I'm like Tarpy. I look at the fact that the idea was there to put a badge in here. All right, needs to be more.
Where's the anal glands?
Needs to be more badges, but I like the fact that there was a badge here. Also, I'm going to point out, this was not a spender's leaderboard. This is a grinder's leaderboard, 100%. Okay, this is a grinder's leaderboard. Ben Sai says, what about solo alliances? I'm not the right person to ask. I've been saying for 6 years, this is not a solo game. All right, you can choose and knowingly play without an alliance. But that is at your own risk. You know. All right, you know what you're getting into.
I swear to God, I'm dropping tags. I can't do it. We're morons. All of us.
That's a very old clip. Okay? It's a very old clip. I don't even think it's about my alliance now. It might be. I don't think it is, though. Anyway.
So I have a third question. This is not necessarily a point. I have a question.
Yeah.
Because as a reminder to everybody, I'm not NDA'd, so I have no idea what's coming. So I am intentionally asking DJz a very pointed question.
It is messed up.
Thank you, Jules. Except not Jules. So we've had multiple Armada-related events for the last week. And, you know, Scopely has a habit of whenever they come out with a brand new type of content,
that's true,
of trying to exhaust the player base of that version of the previous type of content. So do we have Boldly Go next week?
I don't know.
I hope my sarcasm is showing there, because that is not the question I was going to ask.
I actually don't know. I don't know about Boldly Go. That'd be great. I hope that they did. Sure. I think I did ask last time, and they didn't answer. They're not going to tell me if they didn't put it in the schedule.
Play with something real quick.
Yeah, but I hope so. I like Boldly Go. They can throw that out there. All right.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, IJ. So, I mean, it's just really interesting, the number of Armada events that have been happening, because there's also one planned for the interim week.
Yes. That is correct.
So there's definitely zero chance of them adding Armadas next month.
I can't comment on that.
And hey, I know. So anyway, Hypodermics wants to know where the hidden box was today.
There wasn't one today. Ta-da! There's not one today.
Can you show the event card for that?
Certainly. Be happy to. So what she is referring to is down with the aggregation. As far as the meta, you had 2 ways to score. Secrets of the aggregation, which apparently were 4 boxes randomly added in secret places throughout the game on days 1 through 4. I do not see one today, and I don't think that there's one planned for tomorrow either that I'm aware of. I am hoping that there is a daily takedown scheduled for tomorrow, although I have been unable to confirm that as well. It seems like there should be, based on the time that this event still has left on it. Yeah. All right. But I have not been able to actually get an actual confirmation on this, because if you did the 5 days worth of daily takedown and the 4 bonus Easter eggs, then you would find yourself sitting at 700 points. If you're like me, Ginmon, you say, did you miss one of the daily takeovers? Yes, indeed, I did. I missed the very first day. So I am currently only sitting at 600 points, which is why I'm hoping for a daily takedown tomorrow, but I have not been able to get confirmation that it is going to run. Again, the meta timer suggests that there should be one, but I can't say for sure. Okay? I am only at 600 points. If you've stayed perfect up to this point, then you do have the 700. Now,
can you click on that frame?
Yeah.
For me?
Uh-huh.
Just
Villain.
To show us what that is.
It is a Villain Nero frame.
Oh, that's weird, because that's Villain, like the tag for Winadami, right?
It is.
Oh, that's weird, because we don't have Villain Nero.
Well, but he was in that video. By the way, I told you that was Nero. I knew that.
Well,
all right. Yeah.
Well, we knew that.
We knew that.
It's Eric Bana with pointy ears.
There you go. All right. So, yeah, that's Villain Nero. And that is a very nice little, cool little frame there. Okay. So, to that point, there have been special secret boxes throughout the 4 days. Now, I do see that Grouchy Outlaw says, I missed the first box. The good news is they don't go away. Okay? They don't go away. So, chest number 1, it will still be up. If you missed it, now, if you're talking about the daily takedown, that you might have missed, okay, which I also did. But if you missed the secret boxes, there was one in your gifts. And by the way, not easy to find either. It was inside a folder, if I'm not mistaken. No, not in it. The gifts was fine. The second one was in your materials refinery, and it was inside a folder. Yes, I missed today, Bill. Yes, I missed today. All right. Inside your materials was day number 2. Day number 3 was in the recruiting section. Day number 4 was in the holodeck. All right. And they all have timers on them for the entire 6 days. So if you haven't claimed one of those, you can still go find it. For example, if you're sitting on 50 points or a score that ends in 50, then you definitely missed a secret box, and you can go and find it. Paulo says, where's the 5th? There isn't one. 1 through 4.
Okay, so
1 through 4. It's all that we know of.
So here's why I wanted to bring up the math for this, DJ, is there's 50 points for that little gift chest or that little gift box, and 100 points for finishing your dailies. And by the way, I've liked the events that they're doing for finishing dailies. Like I think that's actually cool.
I love it. I do. I love that.
Yeah. Free stuff for doing things you probably already do. Let's do it.
If you're not DJs.
Anyway. Right. Or me, or apparently Riskbreaker from chat earlier. Anyway, 150 points times 4 days gets you to 600.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So then 100 more points. I wasn't expecting another chest. I looked at the math for the event and said, oh, 4 boxes plus 4 days of dailies gives me 600 points. So then I get 100 points from another day of doing dailies, or maybe 2 of the boxes. But like, I never expected there to be anything past the 4th.
Well, I don't know that anybody should have expected anything. However, there was bonus boxes the first 4 days, so there was 200 points. This entire event was 6 days long. All right, so you knew that you had to get at least 2 of those boxes because it wasn't a 7-day event. It was a 6-day event, 700 points. So you knew you had to find at least 2 of them. What I'm hoping for is that this is not a perfection event. All right. And I do agree that for those of you who finished the meta today, congratulations. You've been perfect. All right. I did miss 1 day's worth of dailies, which was the daily takedown. So I'm hoping that they built in 1 day of buffer, which, by the way, would be consistent with a lot of the feedback that we've pointed in, that we've always put in. You know, it's hard to stay perfect in a game that is so busy. So I have mentioned many, many times in the past that hopefully it doesn't require perfection. But if it does, well, that's on me. All right. If it does, that's on me. Now, you say, Kevin says I should finish it tonight when you rush through the dailies. That would assume that you have a daily takedown that you haven't finished yet. I actually missed one. I missed a daily takedown event. So I actually had missed a set of dailies. So hopefully we see one more daily takedown event tomorrow. I do not know if it'll come. I don't know. Ben Sai says, where is it in materials? You had to click into a folder. So it's in the materials refinery, and it was up here. It was in the front. There was a folder. It might have been a converter folder or something, but there's a folder here near the front. Click in there, and you're going to see it. All right. It was not super obvious. You had to find it. All right. So go into your materials refinery, and there should have been a folder near the front that does have one of the secret bundles. Okay. So I'm hoping, we'll see. Ben Sai, we just read it. I'm going to read it one more time. Okay. Materials, gifts, recruits, holodeck. There were your 4 secret aggregation bundles. Recruits, materials, gifts, holodeck. So if you did not claim all 4 of those, and those timers are still good, you'll be able to go claim those. Okay. So I liked that event. There were several events this month that I actually didn't really have a big problem with. I think one of the big things for me this month, and I know that people disagree with me on a lot of this. I know. I get it. People disagreed with me on how many events there were. And that, by the way, is a personal thing. Personally, I will always advocate for all the events that you guys want. All right. We've said this before. There should always be a gazillion events. That way the people can do what they want. They can grind as much as they want. I'm all for that. All right. I do understand this month why there probably was a few less. And I'm going to remind players that there was a targeted experience this month, meaning that the arc runner already was writing 2 and 3 arcs. Okay. So we didn't see that. As a 45 plus, we didn't see all those extra events. But if you look at the entire calendar, they still wrote the same number of events. They were just targeted a lot tighter in their targeting banding this month. So when you're talking about the amount of work that the arc runner had to do, there was still a lot of work there. Even though we got fewer events, there were separate events for the lower targeted experiences, which I do feel is important. Now, I know that 45 plus are going to feel like, well, we got less. And I think that is probably accurate. But I'm going to remind you of a holistic view. And the biggest reason, let me just tell you straight up, we all know that Echo wrote the arc. I talk to Echo almost every single day on the phone. I know he was pulling his hair out, trying to get everything done. It was still a lot of events. It was still a lot of work on him. We just didn't get to see all of it. We didn't get to see all of that because some of them were targeted. at players that were below us. Okay? Wolfwood said, I thought we were the ones saying there were too many events. Well, some people did say that. Some people did say that. All right? But I am always going to be an advocate for dump them all in there. You guys can do what you want to do. All right? Now, what I found personally this month, Tarpy, was I found flexibility to allow me to go back and play some of my older content that I enjoyed, like waves, solo waves. All right, I liked going back and playing solo waves today. I did, or not today, but this month. I did a lot of that. As a matter of fact, if I were to show you my faction store and the number of solo credits that I've got, and I've been spending a lot, but I still have 76,000 Section 31 access keys, and I have spent a lot of them. Like, I've been redeeming officers like crazy down here in the section. Skippy says, Elite Solo 60s? You betcha. That's what I've been working on. Absolutely. All right. So, oh, yeah, I see stickers are covering. Well, I moved the sticker so you guys could see the other thing. It's just there's no good space for it. Just. But I've got 76,000 of those. All right, and I've been spending them pretty liberally. So I've enjoyed doing that. Here's another one. What about Continuum? Now, I did spend a lot of these today. Oh, it looks like I'm maxed out on polygons. I should probably go do a couple of those. But my Borg Type 3 solos with the Revenant, I did those. Okay. Now, Duder, I haven't read your DM because it came in while we were on the show. I saw it come in. But I do know that some people were experiencing trouble with waves. And I experienced that on screen with you guys the other day, but then we got right around it. I don't know if that is not working for people. We were actually talking about that amongst the showcast today. I think Putz was still having a little bit of an issue, but Matters was not. Jules was not. I was not. Karkin did not. But Putz was having an issue, and I just wonder if it was something along the lines of, well, did we do what we needed to do? All right. And for the record, I say this a million times. This is not me defending the bug. It is me explaining how to work around it so you can still play. Okay. Obviously, it's not an excuse, but if we can counsel you, if we can guide you on how you can still play, then that's what we're going to try to do. So what we had discovered was that loading one ship in, or maybe two, is about where it was breaking for a lot of folks. But then if you rebooted the client, went back to the map, you would see the exclamation point, and you could put your ships back in that system. See, that's what I'm talking about, Mohicum. Listen. He says, if your game crashes while trying to join the waves, you can't join, but you can. Okay, so I'm going to walk through it one more time. If it crashes while you're joining, okay, go ahead and reboot that client. When you go back, zoom in on that space. Zoom in on the space, and you're going to see one of those systems has an exclamation point on it. All right, it's not going to show for me on screen right now because I'm not in one. All right, but one of them will show an exclamation point. That means it's one that you've started, but there's no ships in it. Then click on that same one with the exclamation point, send your ships back, and it will let you get back in there. Okay? So you will be able to get back in there, and you will be able to do that. Now, if there was a different bug, like Jules points out, I was in the middle of a wave and the game crashed. Well, that happens. You know, I mean, that happens. Okay. And by the way, also not an excuse because the game should just be more stable than that. But that didn't really require a workaround. That was just the game crashing. All right. Nick says, my game crashes after I start the wave. Again, it should have been crashing, Nick, when you joined your ships. Are you joining all three? Because I've also seen some bugs if you only send two ships. So anyway, I know that there's an issue with that. Totally get it. A lot of players have been working around that. Crusito says, I have found that restarting it in between starting it and beginning it seems to cause me issues. Well, I kind of had to because the game would crash. But nonetheless, there were issues for some people. I totally get it. I think that most people were able to kind of figure out a way to work around that. All right. But perhaps not for a lot of people. That was something that I was able to come back and do. Revenant armadas, DTI relativity armadas. You know, it's funny how many armadas I went back and picked up on, but I don't know. I found it enjoyable. I found that pace for me enjoyable. And again, for players like Shiz or Dragon Keeper, Risk Breaker, those of you guys who do a lot of grinding, I totally understand that you wanted more. I don't blame you for that. We've always talked about that. Load it up. Give the players the maximum amount of engagement that they can do and let them choose. I'm totally in favor of that. So for those players, I would totally understand why this month felt more disappointing than normal. On the other hand, I kind of enjoyed the pace. Lost In had told me at the beginning of the month that he enjoyed the pace. I don't know if he is still of that opinion, but he said he enjoyed the pace at the beginning of the month. So hopefully there was a subset of player that did enjoy this role. Lost In says, I actually liked this arc. Yeah, see, me too. Skippy says, 10. This is not quality over quantity. Well, that's, funny you say that. All right, funny you say that. Some people are wanting that. They wanted 10 events. So Noon Whistle says, I also enjoyed the pace of it. All right. Fullman says, if you want to go grab the 5,000 Zindi Alliance tournament task. Ew, gross. C Engineering says, slow and steady. Good for players to do a little bit of catching up and allow them to work on other items in the game. I'm glad to see that a lot of you guys are kind of feeling that way, to be perfectly honest with you, because I know that that's what they were going for. All right, so I'm glad that some people felt this way. And I would argue, even though there weren't as many, all right, Crusito said, if you aren't behind, then it's boring. See, I disagree with that. It's not about being behind. Maybe it's just about building a little bit of a bank, Crusito. All right. But, because I don't think Lost In is behind. I don't think Jonathan Ingram is behind. Right? And I don't think you're behind. But there were things that you could do. All right. Budget Gunner says, my main complaint, too many SLBs. So that is actually where I think they could have tweaked this balance a little bit. Like what we have right here today, this is a good SLB. This is actually a great SLB. It's a grinder's SLB. Now, take the rewards out of it. We're talking about scoring metrics. This is a good SLB. And there were a couple of those this month that rewarded grind. All right. For example, perhaps the solo wave defense could have been grindy for you. How could you have made the solo wave defense a grinder's leaderboard? Just throwing this out there. Some people are going to say, oh, well, I don't have the prime and I can only hold 400 and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But did you guys notice the timing of the solo wave defense solo leaderboard? Anybody? And by the way, these particular chips were at least more valuable than what we see today. But why was the solo wave defense timing placement? Why was this a good placement for this solo leaderboard? Why would I call it a grinder's leaderboard? Anybody?
Well, DJ, DJ, I do believe what you're getting at is that it's a 2-day event, and on the first day was the end of the battle pass, the wave battle pass, and then day 2 with the start of the next set of wave battle. So you could have collected 2 things of wave battle passes and moved yourself through and got more directives that way. Is that what you're referencing?
Well, sure. Also, you could have just claimed your free track. All right, in which there was another 5 starts. Okay? There was another 5 starts just in the free track. And by the way, you can see on your screen, I did not buy the Elite Pass. Did not. All right, but I did violate my normalcy because I usually wait till the end and claim it. But I claimed my starts so that I could use those in that solo leaderboard. All right. Again, did not buy starts. And I was able myself to go in and grind. I know, crazy. So weird. I ground out 3rd place in that solo leaderboard. Got 5,600 of these little Intel chips. And the Intel chips, I'm trying to remember where they were used. Here they were. They were used for resources and materials. All right. So I think I don't remember how many I ended up doing. Well, we can calculate it. We can calculate it based on the score because I got 10,000 points per store. So I personally ran 10. IJ ran 12. And Stan ran 19. So he's been banking for a minute. All right. So actually, it looks like he ran 20 and didn't finish one. Crusito said 10 is not grinding. Beg to differ. All right. That's 90, almost 90 hostels and probably 45 minutes of play. Riskbreaker says that's spending. No. Nope, sure not. 1 or 2 of those probably came from my prime, Riskbreaker. Nope. 1 or 2 of those probably came from my prime. I started that event with 400 in my bank, and then I claimed my free track of the Battle Pass, which gave me another 5. Crusito, listen, bro, I'm not arguing with you tonight, okay? You're grumpy. Everything sucks to you tonight. I'm not arguing with you, period. This was a grinder's leaderboard. You could absolutely have used your free track. And by the way, nobody says you had to win. This went 25 deep. Okay? Even top 10 only played in 4. So you mean to tell me that you couldn't have done it?
DJ?
I'm not arguing with you, bro.
I hate this stupid game.
Can I point something out that not all G6 players can do the G6 waves to completion? So
Sure.
It kind of was a paid leaderboard, not a grinder's leaderboard.
How do you figure?
Because you kind of have to be off 70 or have a max GS31 to do all 5 stages of a G6 Elite Wave, which is what scored in G6. G5 Elite Waves didn't count.
Okay.
So it's not a grinder's leaderboard if you're giving up loot necessarily to do like 2 or 3 waves of
So
a G6
2,250 points, 5,000 points would have been if you only made it through level 3. 5,000 points through level 3. Well, that would have placed you if you had played in 10 of those.
That?
It doesn't matter if they're worth it or not. I mean, I think most of the rewards were not worth it all month long. Okay? I don't think that is the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is you had solo leaderboards that were able to be participated in by grinding. Holy crap, Dallas just got a safety on Green Bay. What?
So, okay, that I don't know anything about sports ball, but
Was that a safety?
What?
Was that a safety, or did they return the extra point for 2 points?
What?
They could have blocked the extra point kick and returned it for 2 points. You can score that way 2 points.
Really?
And at the time, yeah, and at the time, Green Bay had scored 2 touchdowns, but only had 13 points on the board. So I assume
she didn't say sports ball.
Extra point.
They returned an extra point for a touchdown? What the heck? God, that is dumb. All right. That's almost as bad as a safety. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, that's almost as embarrassing. To be fair. But anyway, All right. To be fair, that's just as bad. As far as these event rewards, I didn't feel as grumpy about them. Because, like, for example, at fifth place, that gave me 7 pulls. That gave me 7 pulls out of a third place finish. So I wasn't super, super fussy about that myself. But were the reward? I don't know. I don't think those rewards were the worst that we saw all month, to be honest with you. I don't think those rewards were the worst we saw all month. But it was an event in which somebody could have ground out. You didn't have to buy or pay your way into this event. Moreover, even if you looked at my leaderboard, and I don't know what your guys' leaderboards looked at, was this somebody help me on this? Was this an event that was entirety of G6? Was it 61 through 70? Or was it broken up somewhere like 61 through 65 and 66 through 70? Does anybody know?
Actually, DJ, I was 62 at the time, or no, 63 at the time that leaderboard started. And a lot of the people on my leaderboard were up 60s. So I think there was an interesting split there.
There was indeed a split. That's right. So, Crusito, you can sit down and be wrong. All right? Because I know you're all up in your feels tonight. It was broken up. All right, so it was 65 through 70. Is that what it was, chat? All right, and I don't think it was 60. It was 61, says J4D. Wait, Putz, did you say it was 60?
64 at least had G6 waves as their scoring.
Yeah, here I had G6 waves for my scoring, and I needed to do that. And the top 3 people on our leaderboard, I know very well because I had been a 60 for the last couple of months battling against them, and they're all up 60s and are still up 60 today. And they got to do G5 elites. So I think it might have been 60 through 64.
That's weird. Yes, that's a mistake.
That's what I'm saying. I think that was a boo-boo.
Well, wait. If they were in your leaderboard, but they were doing G5s, that doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying. They were able to. That's why they ended up running away with the leaderboard, because they were able to complete wave 5 of their G5s of the level 50s when nobody else in that leaderboard that was G6 was able to do wave 4 or wave 5 for the most part.
No, that doesn't actually make sense. What I'm saying
Also,
hang on. What I'm saying is if they're in
No,
your
you're fine.
leaderboard, you would have had the same scoring metrics. You can't have 2 leaderboards that have different scoring metrics if they're in the same leaderboard. Genmon says for op 60s, the G5 waves counted towards the ALB and not the solo leaderboard. Okay. That would make more sense because we're talking about the solo leaderboard. So level 64 had G6 waves. That was a break point. Okay. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. So if it was segmented then, Tarpy, that solves that problem. All right. If it was 65 through 70, then you had 61 through 64 that didn't have to compete with them. J4D did 3 waves through wave 4, got 3rd place in the event.
64 was in the upper bracket because there was a 64 in my alliance who was complaining they had to do G6 solos.
No,
and I'm like, well, welcome to G6.
That's not what I said.
But
61 would have done G6s, but they wouldn't have been competing against 70s.
Okay, fine. You're right.
Right? I mean, they would have had to do G6s, but they wouldn't have been competing against 70s. So doing level or wave 3 or wave 4 would still have been a comparable milestone for them, right? They wouldn't have, nobody would have been able to finish the G6 elite.
Okay, so DJ, I just DM'd the player that came in 3rd on our SLB, and he's an op 60. And I said, can you check to see what were you scoring? And he said he was scoring by doing the level 50 elite solo waves for the solo, and it was scoring the same amount as if I was doing the G6 60s. He scored 55,000 points on like 12 waves.
Then that's broken. I mean, if that's the case, though, did you try a G5? I was gonna say that's exactly right, Nick. Take the event card out of it. Then did you try a G5?
Right. I did a couple of G5s because I wasn't willing to lose the loot just to score on the leaderboard, because I didn't think the leaderboard rewards were worth it. And I was scoring for the ALB, but I didn't score for the SLB.
Well, there's something foobar there. I'll have to dig in a little bit deeper because none of that makes any sense. That's just not how their system works. Right? You can't have, like, if there was a typo on the event card, that's one thing, right? But you literally cannot share a leaderboard space with somebody if their scoring metrics are different than yours. Like, that does not functionally work. If they're on your leaderboard, they had the same scoring metrics. So that is actually super, super weird. And I want to dig into that. Unless they've created some new tech and it's foobar, which is also very, very plausible. All right. They could have, Retrieving says they could have opted up during the event. I don't think that would be the case because Putz says they've been 60 for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. They are literally, I double checked, and first, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh are still op 60 right now. And the second place person was a op 64 who he's actually in my alliance, and he hasn't responded to me, but I know who he is, and he probably bought a bunch of directives to place in that because that's what he normally does.
And he bought solo wave defense starts?
He probably did.
Oh. Well, there you go.
So, DJ, for the people who usually keep up with their waves so that they have 4 or fewer, how many could they possibly have had as a grinder
9
to do the event over the last 2 days?
9.
9?
Yeah.
Because they knew they needed to save their wave pass?
Well, who doesn't?
What if they
who doesn't save
aren't
their
that
wave
type
pass?
of player who then...
Hey, I'm not judging anybody's type of play. You asked how many could they have. That's the answer.
Right.
Okay.
But where I'm going with this is if they keep up with all of their waves and they claim their wave pass every 3 days.
Why would they claim their wave pass every 3 days?
It's not a grinder's leaderboard. Oh my God.
No, why would they claim it though? Why would they claim it? It absolutely, it is absolutely
more loot.
It is so. No, you don't need to claim the battle pass to get more loot. Balabomb says because it's there.
Pits.
Well, okay. Yeah, just because it's there doesn't mean you should spend it.
Okay, fine.
I mean, you asked how many could they do. That is the answer. All right.
I did. And then you answered that. And then I was trying to say something else. And I'm not willing to go further on it. It's fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, how people spend their currency is completely up to them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is the best way to strategize for an event. We've talked a million times about spending materials when you get rewarded. You do the same thing with materials. You guys have told me to save ship parts, right? Don't tear up ships or save the specialty ship parts. I don't look at this any differently. You are not penalized on the clock. You are not penalized on your 400 bank. All right. Based on when you claim your wave defense battle pass. I would argue, and we have argued in the past, that claiming your battle pass as you go is not typically a strategic way to do it. Even your normal battle pass. What did you now? I don't think they've done this in the last month or two. Actually, below 55, below Syndicate 55, you guys still have Syndicate advancement, right? So why would you save your regular battle pass? You would claim it for a Syndicate advancement event. All right. So yeah, I can't really get behind that. If somebody claims their battle pass as they go, they are costing themselves later.
Moist dongle, moist dongle. This stream needs something to take the edge off. I have something in this pot.
So
Want to feel it?
Riskbreaker says first place had 18 starts. Okay. So that is probably somebody who has spent, but that's first place. Did all 25 or 50 places in your leaderboard have that? I'm not going to argue, again, semantics or this point with you guys. You guys are, maybe it's me. Maybe I don't feel good and I'm being irritable, but I don't care. Okay? That is not the definition of a spender's leaderboard. We've had this before. Okay? We've had these types of things. It absolutely depends on what you're willing to spend time and doing. And by the way, 18, totally possible free to play, by the way. If Matters were here, he would remind you that a few weeks ago, he had like 38 starts. Only because he never does them and just keeps claiming his battle pass. Right? I mean, that's possible. I don't know about 38. All right? Mimi says 18 is not possible free to play. I beg to differ. Over 2 months, it's totally possible. Now, Riskbreaker says, I know these guys. I'm sorry.
It's not, if you are continuing to do your waves one every few days, are you going to have 18 over 2 months as a free to play?
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
I don't know if you would have 18 after 2 months, but you could accumulate 18 free to play, yes. It might take 3 months.
So
but
we,
yes, you
we
can
should
do
have
it.
known 2 months ago that this SLB was coming,
No.
because that would be the grinder's path, wouldn't it? At that point,
Do you have to win it in order to grind out any rewards from it?
that was what you were alluding to earlier. Was
No, I've
how
never
would you get
said
to the top of it?
I've never said win. Never. I didn't win it. I got third place. All right, but hoarders hoard. I mean, I am wildly surprised right now that all of a sudden chat's going to come out and be like, we never hoard anything. That is the most
That's
ridiculous.
not what we're saying.
Well, it kind of is. How should we know any better? How should we have known that this event would come so we spent our materials? I mean, that's right, Aurilla. We never know when events are going to pop. That's why we hoard. It's kind of a good point. All right. It might be me, Retro. I don't know. Maybe I am crabby. But I'm simply here to say this event did not require spend for you to earn rewards. Period. Hard stop. That is the final word. It did not. You can agree or disagree. That's fine. Somebody says I'm definitely cranky. Well, fine. I told you that before I started the show. Skippy says, hello, go back about a month and listen to the show where we actually explain how to accept your wave defense battle pass to maximize your returns. Thank you, Skippy. I appreciate that. You're exactly right. We did a whole show on this.
Lizard.
I understand that.
Lizard.
Thank you, Lost In.
You know what? Never mind.
Good call.
I get what you're saying, and I agree that that's the wisest way to do it. But not everyone does that. Like, is mine claimed? No, because I'm lazy. But still, I don't think this was a grinder's SLB. And Lost In is trying really, really hard to improve the morale around here.
I'm number one.
Lizard.
All right.
Lizard.
There you go. Not a grinder's leaderboard then. We win. Cool. Everything was paywalled. Shitty month. Terrible arc. Everything sucks. Cool. That's where we're going to leave it. What else we got?
No.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
So DJ, maybe I can define it maybe a little bit differently. Was this a true grinders? Probably not, but it definitely wasn't a spenders. I would consider a spender.
Mwah.
Thank you, Lacey.
Mwah. You're the best. Mwah. Give me hugs and kisses.
Mimi says DJz wasn't kidding when he said it was grumpy tonight. Dude, I've been sick for 5 days. I literally said that. I mean, I don't know why anybody is surprised. I 100% said that. Anyway, go ahead, Putz. Continue.
So a spenders for me would be something like a leaderboard that you had to have the ship or you had to have something to get the research. And like the first 25, 50 places are all people that are bought the ship and were or bought the feature or whatever. And maybe you get a little bit, and as a free to play, as a grinder,
I'm
you
so
might
positive.
be able to.
I'm full of positive energy.
And maybe place 50th and get a little bit. But this was definitely kind of in between, because yes, you could free to play and do relatively well if you just did your 4 waves and maybe a 5th. Even if you had cashed in, you know, you probably did okay. But you then also could have spent to maybe place a little bit higher. So it's maybe kind of a little bit of a hybrid. It's not truly a grinders. It's not truly a spenders.
Okay. Hi, Winnie the Pooh.
Who got aggregation aggravated and ground? My dongle was moistened while doing waves, and now I'm cheating on Solo Armada event. I loved it all. P.S. Let's start a hype train and run up the bonus streams. Moist, 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 dongle.
How are you cheating on the solo leaderboard? I want to know.
Probably just running 61s in a system that won't ever kill his ships. So, like, don't have to worry about hazards or damage.
Hang on. How would that be cheating? We didn't get points for the level of it, right? It's just points for starting them. Did you actually have to kill
directives,
them?
Yeah.
Spend the directives. Yeah, so it's just spending them. Yeah, so you don't even have to do them. You just have to spend them. Multi-start. Well, you can only do multi-start with however many you've got. Doesn't matter how many ships you've got. You still only have like 2 or 3 starting points. 2 or 3 starting ones. Defeat was only the Revenant and the Relativity, and that was only with the Borg solos and the Krenim Relativities. If you do regular, there's not defeat points, at least according to the scorecard. Yeah, defeat was just Borg and just Krenim. So if you're doing it with G6 solos, you said that the groups did not count for this? So regular FKRs don't count for group?
No, that was 2 days ago's SLBs and ALB.
So these
Wasn't
are just
that
for
the one
solos?
right before the wave start?
Well, then there you go.
Yeah.
Wait, Pal says multi-start caps at 7? You can have 7 starts? Is that true?
Yeah.
Damn, I've only got 2.
Yeah. Bougie.
7's a lot. I don't know when you would ever start 7 in a row.
At a time.
Yeah, at a time. Yeah, cool. Green Bay just lost the lead right before half because that's what they do. It's good stuff. Thanks for the update. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it.
I need to get you in a Viking Jersey.
No, not happening. Wait, do I actually owe that? I think I do, don't I?
Yes.
I think I do owe that.
If you don't remember, I'm just going to say yes.
I'm pretty sure I do actually remember that now that I think about it.
Okay. I can make that happen.
Yes, you can run formations with multi-start too, but formations don't count for this event. So it's just going to be
But
getting
you
out
can't
there.
run multiple legs yourself
Correct.
of the same one, right? You can run multiple different system formation armadas.
Yeah, I've actually done that before. I've started when we were running Formatas, we'll run them in 2 systems at once, so we don't have to wait the 10 minutes. We'll run them every 5 minutes and start one in one system and then move to the other one. Yeah, just run them every 5 minutes. That way we can try to get twice as many in. J4 says, that's not cool. Yeah, that's what I do sometimes. Today it didn't work. Well, and that was when we were doing 60s. I actually did run some Crenims today. Yo, Lost In, thank you. Lost In dropped 5 gifted, and then because of September, Valorant added a gifted sub in. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Valorant added an extra gifted sub there, so we just got 6. Thank you, Lost In. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we haven't. Valorant hates you. Why would Valorant hate you? They gave you a gifted sub, like they gave a gifted sub on top of your 5. So when you do a 5 bomb, then Valorant can come in and give extra subs. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. No, Valorant likes you. They gave you a bonus sub. Appreciate you. That's right. We've got September going on for, 3 more days? We should take advantage of that to earn a few more bonus streams. I didn't do many. This past week because I was traveling and then came back and I've been sick because of Dayton. It's Dayton. Oh, I get it. A-Pal says Valorant hates him because of how much money they're shelling out because of him. That is probably true. Lost In, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. Appreciate that as well. You guys are getting ready to start a hype train as well. All right, let's circle back around and see if there is Betty Hill. That's a funny meme. Hey, Dragon Keeper, what did I miss? How late are you? You're pretty late. We've been on for 2 hours, and I'm actually getting ready to go to bed because I feel sick. So events. We talked about the events. Hey, officer sourcing. Everybody can agree on officer sourcing, right? Officer sourcing was good this month, even though it was Winadami and you probably didn't care. But so, really,
I'm still grumpy about the 2 treasuries in a row that I had time left on the countdown that they got rid of them and started a new treasury. So I don't have Winadami, in part because I was going to get the treasury, just was waiting to do it.
that was on the first treasury, right? We talked about that. You're saying it happened again?
Yeah, it happened 2 in a row. And now we're on the 3rd treasury, and I'm still kind of mad.
Dude!
Uh-oh. What cool thing did Lost In do?
Lost In? What the hell?
Oh, my God.
Oh, shoot! Lost In just dropped a 120 bomb. But then Valorant came in and dropped 80 after that for 200. What the hell?
Wow.
No way. Valorant just dropped 80. Lost In. Thank you so much, dude. That is insane. And now you guys are at a level 9 hype train, which means we've got 4 minutes We're only 20 subs away, and we'll give away $100 tonight. That's insane, dude. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. That's insane. J-Babes, thank you for dropping 5. Valorant dropped a bonus one. Let's go.
That's a big one right there. That's impressively large.
Lost In says, everyone switch to bits right now. Oh, I know what you're going for. You're going for the bonus subs, aren't you? You're going for 4 bonus streams tonight, aren't you? That's what he's doing. All right, I'm gonna up the counter. There's 9. That'll get you to 9. Now he's wanting to go to bits. Thank you, Jongo. 2,000 bits. Lost In, thank you for your 1,000 bits. Yeah, that's right. He's going for the trifecta, so that he can get 4 bonus streams in tonight. You crazy kid. You crazy kid. If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right? I'm only partially ignorant. How did you guys? So Tarpy, I didn't do the first treasury either. In all fairness.
That's messed up.
It is messed up. Lost in with another 1,000. J-Babes 500. Thank you, Bensai 100. Sherlock 55. Thank you, Strider with the pity bitty. Thank you. Jesus with 100 bits. Thank you. Bacon with 4 bits. Jongo with 2,000. Lost in with another 1,000. Balabom with 10. Madrox 110. Danny with 5. Broken Wolf with 500. Shay, what's going on? Seamus, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. LASIK just dropped 5. And a bonus from Valorant. Thank you. Burton with 100 kitty bitties. You guys are all the way. And if I'm not mistaken, is that it? That's the level 10. That's it right there. Level 10. And we're giving away $100. Let's go. All right. There will be a $100 giveaway at the conclusion of today's show. And if you're listening in podcast, that is the kind of craziness that you miss. Juby said, wait, is this a podcast or a stream? It was a podcast, but people are...
I'm so positive.
It is.
I'm full of positive energy.
It is a podcast, but people are being very generous tonight with their bits and their subs. Iron Chef, thank you for your 100 bits. Mini Shamu, 100 bits. Lost in Burton, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Lost in now reverting back to 1 bit at a time. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bacon Fish says so positive. Don Zeno says sounds like someone's getting another junker. I already did. How do you enter the drawing for $100? Hypodermics, just stick around. We're going to give it away here very, very shortly. Just stick around for a few more minutes, all right? Jason, thank you for your 500 bits. Thank you. Lost in. Lauren, thank you for your 200 bits. Tony Pie, thank you for your 5. Appreciate that very much. So outside of the first treasury, Tarpy, I missed the first treasury as well.
Right there. That's impressively large.
It's very behind. The counter is behind. I missed the first one as well. I did not engage in the first one. But I still unlocked Winadami. Did you miss her? Did you finish the next ascendant?
No, I didn't do the entire last day. And I realized that I also didn't care that much. So like I was going to do the treasury because I wanted the speed ups.
Gotcha.
From that treasury, which is why I then didn't do any of the next spend event because I didn't have any speed ups.
So that was where I was. Jules Verne, thank you for your 1,000. Lost in, thank you for your 200. Appreciate that very much. LASIK for your 100. Thank you very much. That was what I was driving at. Now, Winadami, not the officer that probably matters. Not the officer that people would have gone crazy for. But I did it simply because I had a Crensha to upgrade. I had progression. We have talked about that in the past. Sometimes you just don't want to hold your progression, right? Sometimes you're just going to go ahead and punch your progression. You take the rewards that they give you. My Winadami, I made it all the way to tier 2 and 58 extra shards, and I did not do the original treasury. So I would have to say I feel pretty good about that sourcing. I mean, I did finish the Ascendance event or the Ascendancy event, whatever however you refer to it. But yeah, Nick says same thing. I unlocked Adami without really even going for. I did max out spend events because my Crensha. That's what I was going for. All right. Forgotten Sex says I did a lot of leaderboards. I didn't though. I played my Ascendancy. I played my Ascendancy very aggressively because I had all those materials to spend on my Crensha. I literally went as high as I could. I took my Crensha as high as I could until I ran out of stuff. Juby says, why are you upgrading your G6 ship when G7 is soon? Because you still need it. Still need it. And I'm obviously not going to be getting a Vengeance anytime soon, so I might as well work with what I got. Guys, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. We're 14% through level 10. Thank you guys so very much for all of your crazy, crazy generosity tonight. Thank you, Lost and Corellius. Thank you for your 500 kitty bitties. Appreciate that very much. Jondrel says, DJ, you're squishy.
Lizard,
I don't think I'm super squishy.
Lizard.
No way. Lost in. Lost in just dropped another 55, and Valorant dropped another 23 for a total of 78 more subs. Thank you so much. That is insane. Dude, that is so awesome. Thank you. And that's a $200. That's $200. We're doing another one. There we go. Another $100. Enterprise says, DJ, do you know what happened on this day in 1987? No. I do not know what happened on this day in 1987. Valorant is third on the gifted sub leaderboard. That is amazing. Thank you, Lost In. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Wait, that should be a tattoo. Just says squishy. Thank you. Oh, TNG premiered on this day, September the 28th, 1987. Star Trek The Next Generation premiered. Oh, very nice. I did not know that. Hi, Winnie the Pooh.
Madam Plant Sid Dent owes you a free vengeance.
Why?
Just take it out of Eco's pay.
Lost In, thank you for another 500 bits. We are at 10,000 bits. He's going for the trifecta, but we're only 20% there. All right. A-Pal says, I don't understand. Between Lost In and Valorant, they've dropped 278 subs. There's 262 viewers, and I don't have a sub. It's crazy. I'm sorry. Lost In, thank you so much. That is insane. You are the man. Thank you so much. You guys are all awesome. Thank you. Polar Bear didn't get one either. And that is wild. So yeah, officer sourcing. I don't feel like Tarpy, I know we're not seeing eye to eye tonight, but you said you didn't participate.
I didn't go after the leaderboard.
Okay.
Like, on purpose. Like, I'm saving my lat for G7 because I'm almost op 70. So, like, it was also a calculated, I'm not going to go after Winadami because I don't care about her so much. So it was like, I was going to use the free treasury on her
to get her unlocked.
Because, yeah, and it, seriously, I had 23 hours left and it was gone.
I remember you saying that on the first one. So it happened on the second one too?
Yeah. Yeah, it happened on the second one too.
See, now I'm going to watch this one. You guys mark the time. 1 day, 12 hours is what I've got left on mine. I want to see. I was going to unlock this one because I can. I've got two 30-day chests. I was going to do it, but maybe I hold. I really do want the parts. Right. I need the parts. I need the parts.
It depends on if they're going to stick another one right after that. Like, this is just a reflection of how much I haven't been grinding this month because my treasure and barely been doing my dailies. My treasuries didn't even start their countdown until
the last day,
almost before they were supposed to close. So they probably wouldn't have been a problem any other month if they hadn't run 3 successive treasuries.
So let me ask, that actually leads into a point that I want to ask about. You said that you didn't play much this month. Why? Did the game not engage you?
In part work. Work has been stupidly busy. But I had to hit 15 hostels a day. And some days I didn't even do that. And partly because of work, but I really wasn't engaged because there were no events or very few events that I could do that I felt like I needed to be in the game for. And I know 15 hostels is easy to do, and I'm not arguing that that's a bad thing, but I also don't want to argue against how I understand the mechanic. It's like, okay, I didn't pay to get the building up higher, but I don't like the feeling of hit 3 ships, send your ship back, hit 3 ships, send your ship back, hit 3 ships, send your ship back. And so I also don't necessarily want to drop down to 49s. And so, like, I just didn't find that engaging.
What did you guys get your buildings to this month? I ended up getting mine to 51.
Mine's 40, but because I didn't do the mission that came out before I started playing that, yes, I did get from the holodeck, but I have to move my base and I have ships in Luke space. So I'm not moving my base, like, to finish that mission, to be able to do any of the arc missions. Like, that's stupid. So 40 right now, because I also didn't do any of the grind SLBs because I couldn't do any of the heroics because I didn't spend any money.
Well, I didn't do any of the heroics
So
either.
I was
Even at 51 for
Yeah.
me, as a, you know, and of course I did that at the end of the arc here too. But no, I didn't do any of the heroics. None of them. Mimi says I'll be able to hit 49 in the morning. Yeah, I understand that the mechanic may not have been super engaging. So wait, you said that there was a mission that gave some of the parts, but it required you to reload. I don't remember that.
No. So no, there was a mission that came out that the current arc missions were dependent on you getting to a system that was unlocked by a mission during the TOS arc. And if you originally didn't play during that arc, you couldn't get that mission. And it was in the holodeck. And so they ended up giving it to everybody for free. But a lot of players who hadn't played during that arc couldn't do that mission and therefore couldn't do any of this month's missions because they couldn't get to that system. So I haven't finished that mission to do that because I don't want to move my base.
Where's your base now?
It's shielded. I think.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I meant like, why didn't you want to reload?
Because I had ships in Luke space.
All month long?
Yeah. Actually, I don't do the missions if there's not a event that requires me to complete the missions until the very last day. Like I'd never do the missions because we have enough people who like to hit my ships that I just do the missions the last day. So they don't get the satisfaction of spawn camp or node camping where all the missions are. And so I just haven't done it until the last 2 or 3 days. And then I was traveling the last 2 days and have had a ship in Transigen Luke space.
Okay.
For 3 days. So, like, not going to happen yet. Like, I'm not complaining, by the way. Like, it's just what I've been doing. Like, I'm not.
And I hear you.
My building is where it is.
I get it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, you know, arcs will come out or mechanics come out that it a shift a little bit in how we approach or how we play. And obviously we've got a choice on doing that or not. And it sounds like you chose not to, which is completely fine. That is completely fine. But I hesitate to say that should be that should be held against the arc. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I wasn't. I was just saying I wasn't engaged.
Okay.
Because I don't like my ship dying every 3 ships or dropping down to 49s, and therefore all I have to do is hit 15 ships and be done. I did not feel engaged because we did not have very many events total. And the heroic events that were there were completely unfeasible for me, which actually just made it so that I just closed the game.
Okay. So
because I didn't see a middle point there.
So
and I had other things to do.
Retrieving says 4 ships per hull isn't really any better, and I understand that. What I'm going to come back to is what we talked about when you say dropping down to the 49s, and I hear what you're saying, dude. Oh, that
was so engaged. I didn't wear any pants.
Thank you, Lost In. So engaged, you didn't wear any pants. So let me remind folks that the 49s shouldn't have had this stigma about it. All right, the 49s were the common loot that it was paying before your ship got, or before your building got to 51. Okay, once you shouldn't have felt bad about dropping down to hit the 49s, I think is what I'm saying. Because the 49s had nothing to do with your level. That was the stage of the building. That was the stage of the loop that you were in. Up through 49 is where you could have hit until your building hit 51. Now, you could have punched up at some point. Now that I'm 51, my stabilizer is at 50%. Now, in theory, is where I should be punching up to the 59s now. Okay? But we talked about this in the very beginning about the danger of the perception of the 49, right? It shouldn't have been considered a punch down. That was where you were in that mechanic.
Right.
Because of the level of building.
I get it. And there's also something in me that says if I can hit the 59s, it means that even if I hit them fewer, and this is stupid, okay? I get it. So I'm not even going to look at Twitch chat, who's probably hating on me right now. It's fine. If I hit 59s, the points were more for the 59s depending on the event. So I got it done faster on 59s. Or also, I would have to get loot a few weeks later in the future by being more annoyed by hitting 59s than by hitting 49s. So I was prolonging the amount of time that I didn't have to go grind those hostels as soon as I didn't have to do it for an event.
Okay. I get that. I'm struggling with that position because that wasn't the intent of the loop. And that's not how we taught the loop.
I know.
That
doesn't mean I have to do that.
No, of course not. I agree, obviously, but it still confuses me a little bit that would be that you chose a more difficult path or a more frustrating path, but that is your perception of how the arc is, I guess. Right?
I hit the number of hostels I needed to hit to have the most amount of loot, so I didn't have to hit more.
Let the hate flow through you. Embrace the moist dongle.
Embrace it. Thank you, Lost. Okay.
His voice is the worst. That is not James Earl Jones.
No, it's not.
Very bad AI.
So Cottontail says, I did it the same way as Tarpy. It was better for long term. So, and while, yes, you can bank up that loot, let's talk about that loot. All right? Because I didn't think that we had experienced any trouble with the amount of loot. The hostels were dropping a fantastic amount of loot. You didn't have to kill that many hostels. I don't remember what it was, like 6 or 8, something like that. So I guess my question would be then, if we knew that we weren't going to use that loot until 51, all right, and not only that, no, it wasn't hundreds, okay, retrieving. It was absolutely not hundreds. Maybe if you wanted to do the heroic event, but that is also a totally different conversation. Heroic implies that they wanted you to spend on it. All right, to feed a single day's refine is what I'm asking. To feed a single day's refine required you with a loot crew to kill roughly 10. Roughly 10. Okay? So, and you can't refine the uncommon until you get to 50, but even then, same kind of boat. Same kind of thing. Once you get there, you're going to be able to spend 25,000 at a time. 25,000 at a time. So how much loot are you guys sitting on? How much time did you buy, Tarpy? How much uncommon stuff are you holding?
I don't even know. And Riskbreaker, you're in a friendly alliance. You can't hit me anyway.
Listen, I get hit by hearts all the time. It's completely fine.
Yeah. Where even in the items menu are those things? Because I can't see the uncommon in my refinery because my building's too low.
Oh, gotcha. I have no idea. I would have used yeah, I went in, or I would have used spocks.club. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it says it's in the other tab.
Spocks.club, tell me things.
So I'm currently holding 2.2 million, but I only get to spend 25,000 a day. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. We historically have loved punching up, right? Historically, we love punching up and we love banking loot and all that stuff. But I'm going to argue that this was a different mechanic this time. At 25,000 right now, if I didn't hit another hostile, I've got 88 days worth of refines. Balabomb has 11.7 million. Cottontail has 4 million. So did we need to do that? Right? If that gave us a bad player experience, why do we do it? Right? PayPal has
exactly,
40
I
million.
didn't.
Well, but you did, though. You said that you wouldn't hit the 49s.
I did it barely enough to finish the events, DJs. And there were some days I didn't even finish the events, and I have stupid amounts of loot.
My hostel tastes like cat food.
Thank you, Juby. Why did I leave stickers on? Because people were being silly a little bit ago, but it's fine. Matt has 65 million. You know,
as soon as I saw that, I was like, there's no point. 11.7 million, by the way, uncommon.
So once you discovered that, why did you still feel rotten about punching down to the 49s where you could have killed? What did you say your building is now? 41?
Something. I don't even know.
Let's see.
Like, this is how checked out I am. Compared to every other month, I would know all of these things, wouldn't I?
Well,
this is how much I did not care.
And that is why I might be being a little bit harsher on your feedback here. Okay, because you definitely did not play it.
I didn't care. I'm not saying the arc is bad. I'm just saying I did not care.
Okay. Well,
where did I say the arc is bad?
I mean, okay. Well, all right. So
I didn't.
Then
I said I was not engaged, which was the question you asked.
Fair enough. So let's shift to some other
48, by the way. 48 is where my building is.
48.
Yeah.
Okay. So at 48.
And I've been keeping it where I can because of building speed, because it actually is helping.
38% stabilizer. So you can hit unlimited 49s. Unlimited. Like,
I know. Oh, yeah, I know. I just don't want to. I don't see a point when I have so much loot. I'll never go through it.
Okay. So let's go to the chat then. No, I'm not Mord. All right. It's not that wasn't. I'm not arguing a personal opinion. She didn't like the arc. Okay, great. But what I think I'm arguing is about the mechanics, right? She didn't want to hit the 49s, or she hit the 59s. Dying every 3 hostiles was frustrating, but she didn't have to, I think, is the argument that I'm making, right? She didn't have to do that. So, Dragon Keeper agrees with you. Dragon Keeper agrees with you, says the mechanics sucked.
Bring on the White Sox. Bring on the Bo Sox. Bring on the Brewers. The Rangers and the Yankees, too. We'll beat the Indians. We'll beat the Tigers. We'll beat the A's so bad, it'll make Billy blue. Wadaya want, let's go Blue Jays. Let's play ball.
Oh.
You said the arc was bad, but it was with the words, when did I? But let's not worry about taking quotes out of context. Also, my voice is perfect.
It's really not.
Moist dongle.
It's really not. All right. The voice is way off. It's way off. All right. So we talk about officer sourcing. We feel like that was okay, I guess, if you engaged, right? If you participated in the Crucible event or the Ascendancy event. The aggregation loop, a lot of players saying that there's not a whole lot of long-term value there. I actually do agree with that. I told you guys originally that my big goal out of this entire loop was going to be the stasis globe. That was going to be that's what I'm chasing out of that thing. Sadly, it's still going to take me 100 days, but I'm gonna push through because that's what I want out of this thing. Jules Verne has come back and said, listen, regardless of the free rare forbidden tech that comes at 51, I'm going to start to earn my uncommon and rare proto matter, but not spend them because I want to look for future prototype techs that come out. All right. Forgotten Sex says, sad to see the arc after Connor's video to make it a lie. Now, see, you guys think I'm grumpy? I don't think that either. Forgotten Sec, explain that one to me. Explain that one to me. I think that he did make a pretty tangible difference this month. You had a targeted experience for less than 45. You had a simpler event experience, all right, which not everybody ended up wanting. But after a lot of feedback about it being too grindy, this month was not grindy. All right. So I'm curious, what did Connor lie about? And I'm not shilling. I'm just asking an objective question. The video said reward past progression. This arc specifically negates previous progression. In what way? Explain that to me. Victor says the targeted experience for sub 45 was trash. Man. I'm not the only grumpy one here tonight, am I? All right. So what did he lie about? Because I'm not sure that I agree with that. Crusito said it did not reward past progression, hence things for Op 70 other than spend. I could probably see that. I could get behind that one. The only thing that I saw value-wise as far as me this month for a 70 would be the opportunity to get the stasis globe. But you may already have that, right? So I get that. Victor says there was no progression for sub 45. None? Forgotten Sex says there were
That
events.
loop starts at 45.
Well, yeah, this loop, yeah, they talked about progression for 44 down. Tricky says, to be fair, the experience for 45 plus was also trash. Okay. Woof. Sub 45 had no spend event. No, I think you just missed the Ascendancy event was the only one that you missed. And the first treasury, the Win Adami treasury, and then you missed Ascendancy. 49s paid out no points towards the heroic, says Ray. Yes, the heroics definitely did require spending on the building. There's no arguing against that. The heroics were not. I know that people like Putz said that he did them. I don't think that was probably the actual error. The heroics were not meant to be completable easily without spending on the building. So.
Oh, absolutely. That I totally agree. I mean, I spent maybe 15 minutes a day doing the heroics, and they were way too easy. They messed up the metrics for G5.
Yeah, they might have messed. Yeah, Putz found the glitch in the Matrix. I know, because everybody else was like, "Yeah, no." Tricky says, "I did them all without spending. It was just terrible." Putz all month has been like, "Oh yeah, I pulled that off real easy." You're like the only one, brother. The only one.
No. The lower you were, the more the ability you had to punch up. So, like for Karkin, he was probably hitting 56s or possibly 59s and maybe completing his heroic in two kills.
Yeah. Thumbelina also did the heroics. Yeah, that's an incredible amount of grind. Good for you guys. Yeah, I did not. No way. And like, Forgotten Sec is right. Even $100 did not make it reasonable. Yeah, I think Jules had mentioned that $400 is about what it took for, as far as an Op 70, for the heroics to be reasonable. Groovy said
69 and 70.
Groovy said the arc was fantastic.
So it was me too.
The arc was fantastic, says Groovy. My augment faction has never looked better. You know what, Groovy? It not necessarily that for me, but yeah, that was a thing for me. As I went back and I played previous content, Dragon Keeper asked if I spent money on the building. I did not, other than my battle pass. I got materials for it in the battle pass. So there you go there. I will, as we get ready to wrap up, we got about 15 minutes left. I'll open up the stage if you guys want to come up and pass your judgment on the arc. I see Jules in the audience. I would love to hear your feedback as well. Juby, Pal in the audience as well. If you guys would like to raise your hands and come up and pass your judgment. What was your experience this month? Like I said, up to this point, it seems like I have very, very unpopular feedback. But knowing that, right? Knowing that I knew I was going to be in the minority this month, I did not play as much of the new content. I definitely looked at the heroics and said, no thanks. So I did my 15 hostiles, and then I did other things. Bob said I was bored, which was good for me. Bored is not necessarily a good thing, but it did allow me opportunity to go back and do other things, right? Benny Hill says, I maxed Fleet Commander Khan this month. Benny Hill, I made some really good progress on that this month. I have not, you're talking about maxing all of his skills. I made a really, really good chunk in that. I have not maxed all the skills yet. I've got Fleet Commander Khan maxed out as far as his, tier 20 or whatever, but I haven't done all the skills yet. And I actually did spend a great deal of time this month working on that. All right. So totally agree in that regard. Relentless, Server 74, welcome to the stage. We'll come to you in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, Jules Verne is here. What's up, Jules?
Hello.
How are you, man? Good evening. Well. I know it's late. Your position on this arc, it seems like it is really two polar opposites here. Did you like the lack of engagement, or did you want more grind? What was your position here this month?
Well, I think that's you're asking questions related to the event, and to split this up to being, what are the core feature adds? What are the core things that are new? Well, the aggregation loop is new. The grind of that is new. Hitting those hostiles is new. And then what the refinery actually pays is new. So focusing on just the aggregation loop itself, I think it actually is designed well, as in there's no bad spots amongst as you level up that recon locus building, in which somebody's gonna be in real deep trouble. There's not gonna be an Op 61 who's gonna really struggle because they went past a certain point, or they don't have the ship that can hit. So I think that in itself, the design is fine. The rewards are less than ideal. The research was kind of a miss for a lot of players. What the prototype actual tech provides for what you can actually get it to, being big note, a lot of those big bonuses that come from those prototype only happen after Recon Locus 67.
Yeah.
So the actual value of a lot of those prototype tech isn't there for anybody for at least a year. And in that case, what are we actually engaging in this loop for? Now, luckily, we've been, playing this loop pretty heavily now. Some of us have learned some punch-up techniques, or have dealt with getting killed, only sending only killing 3 hostiles before you die, like in Tarpy's case, or in my case, only sending 1 ship and getting 1 kill before I die. But now I've built up enough loot that I'm done with aggregation for at least 3 months.
Right.
So the loop itself, actually, I'm not mad about it. I do wish it was more incentivizing, but the loop itself is fine. The events suffered 2 things. One, the heroic was tied to your ops. It should have been tied to the recon locus building.
Yes.
Or been a strict kill counter, but just higher. Fine. Make it 100. Make it 100 hostiles. Don't worry. Most players would try to go out there. Most grinders would go out there and do it. And then obviously a bonus for either having a higher level recon locus or having with the prototype tech like they did. Add in that pay to progress faster or make it easier. That is what we see as a good monetization model in this community. And then the last thing is all of the other events have missed the incentives. Like you guys spent a lot of time on the recent solo leaderboards that we saw, but I kind of felt that way with most of the actual leaderboards, whether it was chasing Winadami, which wasn't very attractive to me, or whether it was some of these other smaller events like these alliance leaderboards or solo leaderboards that either required too much grind, required too much save, but then just didn't really have an incentive structure that was worth it. So I think there were some misses on the event side that I think could have salvaged what was a low demand feature.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that completely. You take a look at some of the leaderboards that we've looked at here, even the one today, not at all attractive for any other reason other than I had stuff to spend, right? I had stuff to burn. So that was it. As a matter of fact, Captain Bull even kind of joked because I chatted in AC today. Not once. And not twice, but 3 times in AC they saw me in there today. Absolutely crazy. All right. That's nuts. I don't do that. So yeah, there was definitely some miss there. I 100% agree with that. All right. Absolutely. We got Sugar Red on the stage. What's up? Oh, and before I come to Sugar, let me reinforce Jules's point with regard to research. This one I can 1,000% agree on. However, I'm going to point this out with the caveat, Jules, that I made a conscious choice in the beginning. I made a conscious choice to accelerate my building at the sacrifice of research particles. All right, I did. At the very beginning, we talked about that, whether you did 1 pull of research and 1 pull of building, or most days, I think 4 out of 5 days, I was able to double pull building materials, but then never pulled research particles. All right, that was a conscious choice. I do agree that we've talked a lot about this research tree, and Jules, based on that, based on the fact that the research is not going to have a ton of long-term value, which is why I deemed the building to be more valuable, right? So I have made very little, like extremely little progress in the research tree. That may change now that I'm Locust building 51. That may change a little bit for me to start spending a little bit on the research and trying to catch that up a little bit. But knowing that Locust 51 was kind of where the content really began, that was my priority on trying to get to that point. So I intentionally slow rolled the research. So I don't know what your guys' research looks like, or if you chose a different path than I did. This was a conscious choice in this loop for me to slow roll that research up front. So Jules, did you make better progress in the research tree, or did you kind of do the same thing?
No, I'm roughly doing the same thing.
Okay. I'm curious about where research landed with a lot of other players. Balabom said the research is going to be pretty dang important when trying to hit the upper level of the 60 hostiles. And that's true, but I don't think I would need to fuel that refinery until Locust 61, right? If I'm not mistaken, Balabom. So I've got a little bit of time. And now that I'm Locust 51, I'm going to start working on that research a little bit more aggressively now. All right. But I'm also at least a couple of months away from Locust 61, given the natural progression, looking at Jules's chart of progression on the number of days. I think, Jules, what did we determine? I'm about 120 days from Locust 61. From 51 to 61 is about 120 days. So I've got those 4 months now where I can focus a little bit more on research as I go through, because now I've got 2 refineries also. I've got the common and the uncommon refinery now that is going to feed the research, and it's going to give me a little bit more research particle while still working on the building. So that was my approach in the beginning.
It's roughly 190 days, depending on what you're doing. So with your slightly accelerated building rate, yeah, about that time that makes sense. And the other thing that I'll add is once you unlock the uncommon refinery, you have a lot more choice in where you're putting those refinery tokens. So it may become valuable to you to start building a prototype, tech, protomatter, and catalyst. Or it may just be worth it to you to say, you know what, I just don't care about protomatter at all, and I'm just going to focus on the building and the research. So
well, no, and
some choice built in there.
Yeah, there is, and I think that's the strategy that I went with. I'm going to point out here, just taking a look inside my refinery, that's kind of what I did. I am now starting to pull the stasis globe because I've dropped down to a single pull of the common and the building materials, which I haven't actually done here yet. I need to do that. I dropped to a single pull, and I'm going to start pulling the stasis globe, and then I'm going to do a single pull of uncommon into building material, and then, like I said, slow drip into that research particle here a little bit with the common. And I have started pulling uncommon protomatter and catalyst. I haven't started on the rare yet, but because again, I am looking a little bit more at the next step, right? I know it's going to be a while before I need the rare. And Jules, this may be where we depart a little bit, because I know that you said I'm definitely going to be focusing on this stuff, not for the prototype text that we've got this month, but for what they may launch in the future. But have you started pulling the rare stuff, or are you still focusing on the uncommon stuff?
I never pulled the uncommon. I'm only pulling the rare to boost up a future epic prototype. And to be clear, this is not a leak because I actually don't know any future prototype tech. So I'm just pulling it in the hopes that it does provide something valuable.
You're skipping the uncommon completely? Does the epic not take any uncommon at all?
Correct.
Oh, well, then I missed that.
It takes rare early on, and then epic later on.
There we go. Okay, so tomorrow I'm going to adjust this to not do the uncommons and go straight to the rares, because the epic prototypes will take rare and epic and no uncommon. So see, even I missed that little bit. I'm going to pull out of the uncommon and go straight to the rares. Okay, so a little bit of strategy there. Let's come to the stage as we get ready to wrap up. We've got about 10 minutes left. Sugar Red, Server 74, your experience this month, was this a hit or a miss for Scopely?
So how we doing, everybody? This is a big airball for me. It was the loop itself, well designed. I feel like I'm living in this weird world where I agree with like everything DJ said about what's going on here. Like it's well designed. The loop itself is fantastic, but the tech is meaningless.
Agreed.
Like I'm very focused on the PvP stuff, and it's gonna affect 2 people for the next year, 2 years. And by the time this stuff is out in the wild, we're going to be 1.5 years, 2 years away. Like, there's plenty of time for Scopely to render all of it completely worthless.
Agreed. Oh yeah, 1000% agree with that.
I pulled the I cheated. I got the launch pack, so I'm a little bit further ahead, but I'm not pulling any of the tech upgrade materials. I'm not doing any of the research. I'm focused solely on pulling the stasis globe and getting the building up. And maybe one day down the road, hopefully sometime soonish, they'll release some tech that actually means something, that someone can actually use today. Because everything in this loop says, all right, we have now established the future, essentially, of, as far as I'm concerned, the future of tech in the game. We're not going back to the forbidden tech model anymore. It's all prototype now. Yeah. Okay, cool. We've got the foundations. Show me the money. Like there's nothing here that anybody can use for any reasonable amount of time, unless you're sinking quite a substantial amount of money into. But that's a very small number of people. And then the end game of this right now is nothing. The tech that's there is not going to be relevant in 1.5 years, 2 years.
Agreed. Yeah, especially the tech that they
I have a hard
this
time believing that.
Yeah, no, I think you're 1000% right, and that is what a lot of players will talk about. Their frustration with previous content being nullified too quickly, because there's almost, it's all but guaranteed, Sugar, that this stuff will not be relevant by the time a free-to-play can organically grind it out, which lends itself to something that Crusito has talked about in the past, which is, hey, PvP is never meant to be free-to-play. He's maintained that all the time saying, hey, PvP is supposed to be paid. And, I don't like that mentality, but he's right. He's right. Listen, PvP, you can't compete in PvP unless you spend, so
that is absolutely true, but it's not, it's putting something out there that I would spend a little bit to get closer to it to unlock it sometime, but it's not that. It's so far out into the future that you get a launch pack. All right, I'm 30 days ahead of the next guy. I'm still a year away from. Okay, so $100 that'll get you. No, that's not going to get the unlock for. It just keeps spiraling to a point where. Is this thing better than the Slipstream? I don't know. Nobody's talking about it at all in any forum, in Discord. Nobody's talking about this stuff.
Well,
which tells me that even the people that could have bought it didn't.
Because the Slipstream already does it.
They're not telling anybody.
Exactly right. Nuge says, this is why I've stopped PvPing. It's something I really enjoyed before. Dude, same thing. Same. I used to love PvP. I just can't anymore. I can't. I can, but I'm going to lose against other players at my ops level. I just lose. Sugar, appreciate it very much. Thank you for your comments. Let's go to our next caller. We got Lost In, server 45. What's up, baby? Thank you so much, by the way, for your insane generosity earlier, and you driving Valorant to drop 100 subs into the chat today as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How are you tonight? And have you enjoyed your Sunday NFL football day? Who was your team? Did they win? And did Scopely win your heart this month?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks. I would have gifted more, but I had to pay bodyguards to protect me from Valorant.
Valorant's looking for you now. Yeah, I get it. Absolutely. So
I've got them gifting all over the place. But I have the unpopular opinion here. I like this arc. I thought my biggest complaint is that about halfway through it sort of changed. I did like the sort of series of metas. I think that's a good way to do things, where like it rewards you for sticking around for 4 or 5 days in a row. But I felt like at the beginning of the month, we're doing aggravated hostiles, and then all of a sudden it stopped. And now we're doing other stuff, which is fine. I've got enough loot now to last me forever because I was doing all the heroics. I will say my prototype tech is tier 9. We'll see at the next arenas whether it does any good. My Romulan Mines is rocking level 45, but we'll see what that does. I think, also the other thing I would say is it's month 1, man. Like we always do this. We always get like so upset, like, oh, it's going to take 5 years. It never does. I'm sure there'll be more. I like the hostiles. I like the heroic grind. I think that's something we should reward when you can grind out a heroic challenge. I mean, you can decide you don't want to do it, but it's heroic. So I think that's good. I think the big miss were the rewards. I mean, today is like the best of terrible rewards.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the temporal disruptors, but even the ALB, which it's nice they're giving some premium dust, but a rank 1 is 300.
Yeah.
And 1 command badge, 1 whole command badge. So, that's awesome. So I overall liked it. I like the structure. I think Scopely needs to be less cheap with the rewards. And I think we need to chill out about the timing of things because it always gets better.
I agree, especially with this. I was just looking at this. If you had taken the ALB from today and even just multiplied it by a factor of 10, it wouldn't have been nearly as bad. I mean,
people would have gone crazy.
It's not that far off. Just a factor of 10 would have made this ALB, and then, like I said, sprinkling some more badges. If you did 10 command badges up there at first place, people would have gone crazy. But if you had dropped command badges even in the top 10 spots, like down to 1 badge in the top 10, it would have been much, much better. This was just a miss when it came to planning out the event rewards. But I say it wasn't that much of a miss. I say it's a whole digit. It's a factor of 10, but it was close. And the fact that they are offering, I say a badge. Don't target my grammar here. But the fact that they're starting to think of badges as event rewards is a good thing. They just missed how many it's supposed to be. That's what DOS said. That's what I told my alliance. It's 10x off. If it was 10x, it would have been a very, very different style of event. I agree completely.
And if the SLB matched it with a little bit of premium dust and some command badges, people would have been excited about this.
Oh, yeah, come on. Temporal Disruptor's not your thing, bud? Sorry, I can't even say that with a straight face.
I need a couple more.
Yeah. I've got almost as many as you. I think I'm sitting at like 400,000. Yeah, so really, really bad. That's why I say I really think that this was not. I don't even think this is the right resource ID. All right, I don't know how some people, if everybody knows how Scopely programs stuff, but they don't like type temporal disruptor. It's like a 9 or 11 digit code for these resource IDs. I'm telling you, I think it's just the wrong code. I think this was the wrong currency. Retrieving says, I bet it was supposed to be Pioneer's Crest. It was supposed to be something different than this. There is no way it was supposed to be temporal disruptors. There's just no way. All right. So Mini Shamu says, so you're saying there's no quality control? Well, we've established that that's struggle sometimes. It's a struggle sometimes. Lost in, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, really, really appreciate your generosity tonight. Thank you. Crusito is on the stage. All right, Crusito, let's go toe-to-toe. Server 13, Ops 70. Welcome into the stage, man. I appreciate it. Funny, we've disagreed more tonight than we typically do, but there's still a few things that we kind of aligned on here tonight. You say that the arc was completely worthless for Ops 70. You think Connor did not tell the truth about rewarding previous engagement. Tell me more about that stance.
So I think that might be a little bit strong that he lied. I think there was probably not the whole story there, or there was a misunderstanding, as is the case, right? We'll put it out in video, then we're going to put it out in text. Because he said we're going to reward past progression. And then shortly after, he put a post that said, here are the ops bands that we're going to be approaching. I think it was like 30 to 44, 44 to 50, and then 51 plus or something like that. We're going to target in November. And so for me, then I sat back and said, well, where do I fit in, right? As an Ops 70, I guess I fall under the Ops 51 plus. So I was not expecting much in the way of September. So then they dropped the building, and it is what it is, right? I mean, it was a quick progression. If you bought a pack, you get to 51 pretty quick, and then you can go. What drove me bonkers was that the first run of the events, I went out and did them, right? I had the time, and I finished the first set of heroics, and it was ridiculous. But now I guess I don't have to grind aggregation hostiles for the next, 3 months or whatever that comes out, because I was able to get all of the, the 5-star, the 4-star, all of that. I was able to get all of that stuff.
Right.
So that's nice. And then they ran the events that we've been having. And so for an Ops 70, at least for me, the only thing I look forward to was another spend event to go and, buy a pack to spend on something. And that was it. Now looking at these metas here, I do find it interesting, and maybe it's just my server, but I did leave my alliance. I'm in an alliance of 3. We have an Ops 44, and then there's 2 Ops 70s. And right now we are placed 5th on the leaderboard for the ALB. We placed 5th on yesterday's ALB. And that to me is telling me that there's something going on within the game, in which if a 2-player alliance that's just barely going to go and do some stuff, right? I ran down my waves. I think I did 10, and I placed 5th. And that's starting to scare me a little bit about the game and how disengaged the player base is becoming if 2-player alliances can be taken out and placing that high.
Well, that's a very fair point. And kudos. If both of your members, 2 or 3 members, were very heavily grinding, then that's a little different, because we have also talked, Crusito, about the capability you've got at scoring is going to outweigh the scoring potential of, say, an Ops 50, by 10. However, Riskbreaker points out, I'm wondering if it was literally just the bad rewards. The rewards were really, really awful in a lot of areas. For example, we just talked about this solo leaderboard a second ago. If you had flipped around the premium dust, people would have gone crazy on this one. Even if you take a look at the heroic material spend for this weekend, we haven't talked about this one, but there was a material spend this week. It wasn't for Winadami. It's for Wat Carroll. But again, the math is off. The cost per shard is off. And then, these stratagema tokens, I didn't like them last time. They're back. I know some people might have liked them, but it was just for Alliance Tournament currency, which you have been very vocal on the fact that you're done with most of Alliance tournaments. Now, I'm not. But
yeah, and I am now, right? So the cool part is I left my alliance and we're now in novice, but because of the novice bug that's going out there, I can't compete in alliance tournaments this run around at all, and neither can my alliance mate. So there's a big bug that they're looking at.
So that takes you even out of the material spend event. Because if you were looking, and this is, again, another example of where I think they've missed the mark a little bit. This material spend event this weekend, maybe not the worst thing we've ever seen, but it's 40 Carol shards. It could have been 60, for 80 million points. It should have been a half unlock, but it's only 40. And then they're offering, the stratagema tokens, which may or may not give you the essential equivalent of a 10,000 point task. Well, for you can't even do tournaments anyway, right? So you don't even have access to your store. So the tasks mean nothing. The currency means nothing. I do have access to the store,
but it's novice, right? So I get to pull Tom Paris shards or
good.
Yeah. Right. Basically all of that, right? So it's like the first 10 things that are in the store there. That's what I get to pull, which don't really do much. So that part, again, right, on top of the heavy heroic, which, turned out to be, that was my choice. I got it. The fact that going out and doing the little that we did and finding out that we're scoring as high as we are because other players aren't doing it, possibly because they looked at the rewards and checked out. And I think, and I was going to ask you a question, if I may, was, this was going to be still flashpoints going on. They paused it, and this is not a typical Echo type of arc, right? We've seen his work, we know his work. How much of this do you believe was going to be run during the flashpoint stuff that was going to continue on through here? And while they paused flashpoints, these events or these things that were going on just happened to be the leftovers, and they said, okay, we're going to go ahead and have you manage what was there. We're not going to really put a lot of effort into trying to change them up too much because we're going to focus on getting the other stuff going.
Yeah, 100%.
And said, hey, run with these.
Oh, you're 1,000% right. We're not giving a ton of credit to Echo and Live Ops. It was definitely, rewards-wise, it was definitely a lackluster month. But you're 1,000% right. This was supposed to be a Flashpoint month. So when we look at what was likely supposed to be running alongside of this stuff, I mean, you guys, I've been a little bit surprised. Crusito, I'm sure you're probably not surprised, but I've been a little bit surprised at how many people have said, listen, we want the Flashpoint events back so that we can use the Flashpoint Event Store. All right. Imagine how this perspective would have changed a little bit if we did, in fact, have Flashpoint events still running. All right. Now, I do think that they had a little bit of responsibility or even obligation, if you will, to try to backfill some of that. But we knew that was not going to be well, I knew that it was never going to be as good as a fully fleshed out, fully planned arc because they have been scrambling. Even next month. All right, I'm here to tell you, next month is going to surprise some players, but even it is moving ahead of schedule. All right, they've had to redo this entire third and fourth quarter, Crusito. And I know that probably doesn't surprise you, but, Flashpoints was supposed to run through December. So
well, and it doesn't, right? Because if looking at the rewards, right, those were probably just like, hey, what do we have lying around? Let's put them in there. But now that you brought that up, what if these events were supposed to be paying out the stuff for the Transition store or whatever the Flashpoint store, right?
Probably a lot of that, yeah.
Like, well, yeah. What do we have? What have we given out? And let's put them there. I just, again, I'm concerned. I don't know what the 44s and below look like. I'm hoping they're having a good time. Seriously, I really do. But I also am a little salty, if you will, where they had the resources and effort and time to make some changes to some other areas of the game. And so it was like, well, if you are a 44 and down, you got some stuff. If you're the very, very top, you got some stuff. Everybody else in the middle, just kind of hang out and catch up, I guess, and hope you weren't behind so you could have some things to do. So that's kind of my thought process. Over.
Yeah. I guess depending on who you ask, the 44 and downs did not have the experience they were hoping for either. And to be honest with you, I don't think they got the experience that I wanted for them either. We have definitively determined now that blueprints were not a part of this, and I very strongly feel like they should have been. When we're talking about a targeted experience, Crusito, when we're talking about accelerating them through Reliant, we're talking about accelerating even the young players through Franklin, absolutely. There should have been blueprints involved here, and there wasn't. There were some events that had parts, but that depended on whether or not you already had the Reliant, So that, to me, I think was a miss. Lawson says, what did Sub 45 get? Well, they got a targeted experience. Essentially, in other words, I think it was Ops 28 through 44 had an experience that was supposed to come back and reinforce the Reliant arc, right? Wrath of Khan. That was the focus of a number of events that they got, but it didn't accelerate that timeline. It didn't accelerate that gameplay in the way that I would have expected. I would have liked to have seen them source extra blueprints. I would have wanted to see them source extra officer shards or extra con skill points or extra con shards or this or that. I would have expected an acceleration through some of that content. For the Ops 20 players, I would have expected boatloads of Franklin parts to be given as rewards to accelerate that model. That didn't really happen. All right. Now, Mini Shamu, rephrase. I'm not saying Ops 44 and down got their targeted experience. It was, by definition, a different experience. They just didn't get the rewards that I would have expected in an acceleration model. Right? Like, I feel like Sub 44 got the theme that they were supposed to have, but they didn't get the acceleration that I feel like they should have had. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I look at it. If it was going to be a targeted experience based off of, what we saw here, which was faster acceleration and moving them through these levels faster, then I would have liked to have seen the materials necessary to accelerate that timeline. More blueprints, more officer shards, more con shards, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So that, they had the different theme. Okay. That's checkbox number one, but they didn't get the acceleration model in the way that I would have expected. All right. As a matter of fact, their meta was for Strange New Worlds Ortegas. And I think they got 5 shards. Right. So that falls a little short, I think. All right. That being said, very quickly, somebody did ask the question, I think, what are mining bulkheads and black market schematics? Those are for the Serene Squall. Those are still in the Flashpoint Event Store. I don't know if you guys still have this up. I still have currency So that's probably why mine's still here. If you don't have any currency, maybe it goes away. But those are for Serene Squall. All right, that was for the Serene Squall loop. But yeah, if we had gotten some of those Flashpoint events, which, I know why people want them back, but I also know why Scopely scrapped them, because they were broken beyond all belief, However, that last run, Crusito, where they had made some changes, would have been nice. I think it was better than nothing. I'm going to go back, way back, to when Alliance tournaments first got yanked, and I said, well, listen, running them bugged is better than not running them at all. All right? I will admit, the first run of Flashpoints, absolutely pull it. Bad. Okay? However, by that last run, they were okay. Okay? They were okay. Not great. I'm still not happy with them, but the rewards that it paid were passable. That's right, Shiz. They were functional enough to continue rewarding the currency to give the payouts in that Flashpoint event store. All right? The problem with that is, as we discovered, that last run was refleshed and redesigned after Crusito. They had already decided to axe it. By the time Connor came out and said, okay, we're done with Flashpoints, that had happened at a time before the Flashpoint events got rehashed. So I do kind of feel like we could come back and say, hey, okay, well, that last run of Flashpoint, while not great, is better than not having it. And I maintain that, because I said the same thing about Alliance tournaments. So
I mean, they could have done one run, right, and let us, finish off, get some rewards, whatever it is. And I think that might have, because the events were already built, I think that would have allowed them to put something out there that's already established, instead of, I'll be frank, I think they are in complete and utter scramble mode. And just based on what we've heard in the past on how they create their events, how it's all been done manually. There's, players have been talking about automation, those kind of things. But because of the way that they do it, I think they're in scramble mode, and the quality control is not there, because they are having to do so much manual work, and they're having to do it in a short period of time. Yeah. And so I think it's just kind of one of those, right? They talk about quicksand, right? They need to just kind of stop what they're doing, stop struggling, let it flow, get their legs under them, and then climb out of it. Instead, they just keep seeming to double down and keep struggling with it. And I think it's pulling them under a little bit further than what they'd probably like.
You guys are leaving me with a really difficult piece of advice. I see this in the chat. Do you know if Flashpoint Event Store currency will carry over to when they do a rework? Q-Dog says, I'm a little short of fleet preset. Should I save it or spend it? God, here's the thing. That puts me in a very uncomfortable position. Me personally, I don't think it's coming back. They've told me it's not coming back. We also got, as Mimi points out, we actually just got the officer rehash that just came out. I got to be honest with you. I don't think it's coming back. They've changed Black Ops and Benga and Strange New Worlds Montgomery Scott to not be Flashpoint officers anymore. So I don't think it's coming back. I really don't. So, however, the store is going to be open till October. If you want to hang out a little bit longer, I mean, it's October almost.
Like a week.
3 more days.
A week. Yeah, it's open another week. So spend that currency.
I think I would spend it.
If you have it.
I think I would spend it.
3 more days, like 2.5 days specifically.
Now,
if you don't spend it now, you won't run into some of the cooldowns for some of that loot, like Powell was saying. So, spend it.
Yeah, I think I would. That's why I went through and I spent it on Serene Squall parts, and it did have a cooldown, so I worked that a week at a time. But yeah, no, I don't think it's coming back. You've got Suliban hostels now, which, by the way, are not Flashpoint hostels, Matt. The Sulibans are your chasers, transports, and runners. Those are the transigen chasers. They do not require flashpoint. All right. So Scott and Mbenga are now working against Suliban and not Hurak. What they were was Hurak, which was the flashpoint hostile. They've now been changed to Suliban, which are the transigen hostiles. All right. So given that, I think it's probably not going to come back. All right. I think it's not going to come back. So I think I would spend that loot, and it's open for another week. You should probably go ahead and knock that out. I hate to say that, but I really don't think it's coming back. And I would not want to not spend the loot. I mean, spend it, because at least you can get something out of it. So, yeah, I don't. And by the way, yes, you're right, Shiz. It's changing with the patch. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to change with the October 7 patch. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's probably not a thing. So I don't think that will be coming back. All right. It'll come. Sunflare says it'll come back when G5 scrapping comes out. Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll go with that. Good stuff there. All right, Crusito. Yeah, Crusito, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hey, pal, we'll come to you. You're our last caller. Then Matters joined the stage. We'll touch in with him very quickly. Hey, pal, this month, Villains Part 1, pass or fail for you, man?
It was very depressing this month. Now, that could be just the fact that there's nothing in the aggregation, whatever stupid refinery it is. We got like 100 tabs.
There are a lot of tabs now.
Yeah. Besides Stasis Globe, which is kind of meh considering by the time we get it, a free-to-play player is going to have their GS31 high enough to bypass average anyway.
Listen, I am very excited about the Stasis Globe. I mean, the Junker is great. But I could definitely use that ship, okay, or use that. That is still the meat and potatoes for me. I'm not going to not chase that. I've got a Max Junker, and now I'm going to have 2. But I'm not going to not chase the Stasis Globe. All right, I'm still going to use that.
I'm not like per se saying it's a bad item. It's just it comes too late. By the time we get it free to play, it's just going to be too late for a lot of people. On top of the fact that maybe it's just my fault because I've gotten almost all the FTs in the game prior to this month with the new proto tech. I don't have even at 51. I just have the Armada FTs that just got into AT a couple months ago. That's the only FTs I have left.
Well,
besides Slipstream.
I might.
This content doesn't do anything for me. And Red already said earlier that by the time anyone gets their building high enough to even get the PvP prototechs, they're going to be useless by the time we can upgrade them to a decent amount. Because Scopely has this cadence where every 6 to 8 months they do something wacky with PvP.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Stasis Globe, for example, and I don't mean to come back on this one. I'm looking at this one for the hazard resistance specifically, and I think that this still has a load of value to G5 and G6. To be honest with you, I think this is.
You can't use it in G5. It's 61 plus.
Oh, you can't even unlock it?
No, that was the point we asked about when it came out, was can they lower it so that G5 can use it for the transigen loop? That's why I've been asking you about that for 3 months.
Wait, so you can earn it at 51, but you can't unlock it?
Can you even earn it at level 51?
I don't.
Yeah, it's unlockable. It's unlockable. No, not at 45. It's available in the Locust 51. Am I wrong on that, Jules?
If you're over Ops 51.
It's available, or it's supposed to be available as soon as you build the building. Because I'm not Locust 51 and I have access to it right now.
Okay. So is there a mechanic that prevents it from unlocking it?
Ops.
It's supposed to be a Op 61 plus item in the store.
Well, in the store,
Why
but
would they change that? They didn't change that with the Ferengi Whip.
Hey, is Forgotten Sex still on? They have or Vagrant.
Nebula says it's available at Ops 45. Okay, so it would be available and not upgradable? Oh. So you won't be...
I wonder if you could put it on, even.
So
we'll find out.
Let's see.
Theoretically, it's useless.
Well, let's see. What's level 1? Level 1 or tier
Probably
1
like
levels.
1%.
Oh, no, that's 14%. I mean, if you can... Let's see. What's level... Guys, tier 1, level 1 is 14% hazard resistance. I'm here to tell you, I think you could still do that. You might not be able to upgrade it, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, listen, 14% is 14. That would help you in transition space, especially
I'm just
G5.
curious if you could use it.
I don't know that there's... I'm not aware of any mechanic that requires anything for equipping it. Now, there are levels. There are levels to upgrade.
Right.
Well, are there levels to upgrade Chaos Tech?
No, I'm just asking. Like, why wouldn't they be able to upgrade it?
I don't think so. Yeah, that's Forbidden Tech has a building requirement.
The new Forbidden Tech. They wouldn't be like they can't upgrade the epics because they can't get the.
Yeah, this is
like
Chaos Tech. Yeah, guys, this is Chaos Tech. You will be able to use it and update it, upgrade it. Yeah, this and that's why I say this is a big.
Sell it.
They should sell it at the lower ops level then. If it makes no sense to keep it 61 plus still.
Well, I probably don't
purchase.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. You got to remember, up until very recently, G5 had no reason for needing hazard resistance. All right, that only happened with Transigen. So that could be a thing where they, could retarget that pack because of Transigen space. But yeah, I don't think there's any requirements on the Chaos Tech in and of itself.
DJ, it could be like Amelia Earhart's plane in the fact that you can get the shards for that artifact and get lots of them, but you cannot actually unlock it and use it until you're op 61.
But that's different. No, that requires the artifact gallery. Chaos Tech doesn't require a building.
But it might be coded to require an ops.
Yeah, because that would make sense.
And we don't know that it doesn't yet.
We won't
because
know
you can't have it.
But nothing, no Chaos Tech has ever required had a prerequisite requirement of any kind. The only reason though that G5 couldn't get it is because it was pay only and the pack was targeted at G6 players. But for them to code a ops requirement into one and only one Chaos Tech and none of the others that's just weird.
That would be really weird.
All the artifacts have required artifact galleries.
Well, it's not an artifact.
I just wanted to back the evidence up with the prototype tech doesn't actually have ops requirements inherent in the tech itself. The ops requirements come from the ability to even unlock them either through in-app purchases or through the Recon Locust refinery and upgrade that, which is actually only limited by the availability of those materials in the refinery. So there isn't actually any ops locks in any tech at all.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I think, if you take that, and maybe that has been frustrating to some players. Maybe they think they can't. I'm here to tell you, Stasis Globe is available for G5. And that should be, hey, I'm op 70. That's meat and potatoes for me. Now, coming back to APAL's other comments, yeah, I don't see anything else in this thing. Like, I'm not going to spend this stuff on forbidden tech, like old school stuff. I'm not going to spend it on tier up catalysts and all that. I'm not going to come in here and spend it on the Breen energy dampener. Now there are a couple of others in there where I think some people might be willing to. And then if you look at the uncommon one, the uncommon one has a couple of things in here that might be good. For example, we talked about what was the PvP one that just unlocked sourcing this month, and I don't see it in mine because I've already got it. Crapola. Hang on.
Analysts?
That's been out for months.
Yeah, that's been in Walk Arc, but that's like the only PvP one that I could think of, because 61 should be Quantum Slipstream.
Yeah, Tantalus, which has been out. Yeah.
Also, yeah.
So again, good catch-up mechanics. Yeah, good.
Which by the time we even get to 61, if you've been diligent with it, you'll have QSS from Walk Arc anyways.
Well, yeah, but this one only requires 51. It's uncommon aggregation banner. So it's Locust 51 where you can start doing this stuff. So Riskbreaker says tournament does have slow sourcing on those. Some might want to use this to speed it up, and I agree. As a matter of fact, I did actually start on the Druoda Sentient Missile and the Berserker Complex. And there was one more, the Hull Piercer. Yeah, because I don't have them yet, right? And it is slow. It's going to take 10 Alliance tournaments to unlock that. So Riskbreaker's right. I could speed that up with this. Now, one other comment that I wanted to make very quickly, and Pal, thank you very much for your comments. Matters will come to you in just a moment as well. But as we're getting ready to wrap up, somebody did mention about the currency for Alliance tournaments. No, you will earn that in 24 hours when the tournament ends, but you still have the opportunity to spend it. Okay, I did want to point that out. The Stratagema tokens, you will still be able to spend those tournament credits because the store is still open for 2.5 more days. So you're ending that solo leaderboard tomorrow. You can earn those Stratagema tokens, but you do still have 2 more days to spend it in the Alliance store. So there's not a problem with the timer there. I saw that in the chat. I just wanted to clarify. Yes, the tournament ends in 12 hours from now as far as taping goes, but the store is still open for the traditional 48 hours after that. So you will still have an opportunity to spend your Stratagema tokens if you were to earn them from this month's or this weekend's material. Oh, Vagrant says, yeah, it's talking about the tourney points. Okay, well, in all fairness, yeah, I didn't think about the tournament points. But the points are probably not the beef right there, right? Probably. That being said, the Stratagema tokens you can still use. But yeah, you're talking about 200 Alliance tournament points potentially, or 100 Alliance tournament points. I don't know that would be the meat and potatoes there. It's probably, oh no, wait, yeah, points, because that's for one token. You could earn 100. So yeah, I guess it could be worth some points. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I wasn't looking at it from the points. I was looking at it from the credits. But yeah, you're right. The points, yeah, that's not going to work. You will not get credit for the points. Attention to detail. Yeah, I see that, Archer. Yeah, not the tournament score. I was, and in fairness, I was looking at the tokens. I thought you guys were looking at the rewards, but yeah, you guys are talking about the points, and then they do matter. Lost In says, but now you know how much DJ works to help his alliance, bro. I have done all 15 of my tasks. Look at my score. Look there. I've got 15 out of 15, 150,000 points. So I did my part. I actually don't know how. Was there an event that gave more? Oh, well, they're using the Stratagema tokens.
I swear to God, I'm dropping tags. I can't do it. We're morons. We're morons. All of us.
So, yeah, they've already spent their Stratagema tokens. That's what it was. They did their SMS, got their Stratagema tokens, and got extra points. That's what they're doing here. Okay. Well, yeah, that is a thing then. So you're going to miss them from the leaderboard. But you can get them from the solo milestone, I guess. Yeah, that is weird and goofy. Me personally, Watt Carroll is enticing. I like Watt Carroll. But the shard count is low, and the Stratagema tokens does not flip me over the top, so I'm probably not going to finish it, to be honest with you. So, yeah. Yeah, they missed it on that. So, all right, let's we've gone almost 4 hours. This is ridiculous.
There's a Seth.
Huh? Wait,
you could talk to Seth.
There's a wild Seth.
There's a Seth.
Where's a Seth? Oh, there's a Seth. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I see you. Moopsy, did you play this month?
What was there to play? It was a nothing month after literally being told, hey, here's a new arc. and we're gonna run some events for a little bit, but they're gonna be too hard for everyone, and then we're just gonna stop.
Well, they didn't stop. There was one. You got one every day.
There one every day.
There was one. There was one
for the first 2 weeks.
I gotta be brutally honest. It's actually really funny because you put it's the end of the arc as we know it, and it's like, wait, there was an arc this month. I mean, there was a new building, there was a new research tree. Was there a new arc? I'm confused.
There was the new loop. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. Let me just ask this, Crusito. You're still in chat. Let me ask this: the fact that we were able to grind for a couple of days and have 3 months worth of loot, it sounds to me like we don't like that. Whoopsie. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Crusito said, I finished the arc in week 1, but that's because you got 3 months worth of currency. Are we actually saying that we don't like that? Because I do like that.
Wait. I want to know where he got 3 months worth of currency.
Because he ground out one of the heroics. So he's got loot for months. Jules has loot for months. I've got loot for 88 days, and I didn't even do a heroic.
If I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
You're saying currency, but what you actually mean is hostile loot that you can use in the refinery. So you have refinery claims for months.
Well, yeah.
Isn't this what I said earlier too?
That's not currency. Currency is something that you can actually spend to get something that's tangible.
Well, I'm time gated.
I hate to tell you this. A refinery pull does not give you a tangible thing. It instead gives you the currency that you can then spend on. The hostile loot is the work. The refinery pull is the currency.
Yeah, but I've got 3 months worth of refinery pulls without having to hit another hostile. And that's where I'm time gated on my stasis globe. That's my payoff.
But think about previous arcs, DJs. Every time that you have gone through the loop, right? Because there's been an event that drives you to actually earn stuff, it's been beneficial to you. And now they've taken away that carrot because they're just like, here, like even the heroic. Oh my gosh, the heroic at the beginning of this month. There was no carrot. Everyone who was in G6 was like, nah, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to spend on the building and I don't want to do that loop because that's just dumb.
Well, that was the point, though. The heroic was to spend on the building. That was why the event was there. Now, whether or not you found it worth it or not, totally agree
no,
that's a value proposition
but it
for
drove
you.
People away from the gameplay. I mean, even on my server, you saw level 70s be like, yeah, no, I'm done. Like, just, I'm done. Has nothing to do with any of the other drama that has happened in the last month and a half. It just straight up was, there's nothing to do in the game that actually drives my game forward. And the same can be said for practically anyone who's level or ops level 66 and above. There's nothing to drive your game forward because they're not actually giving you the carrots that encourage you to play.
So I disagree with that on 66 forward. Now, 70, sure, there's nowhere to go. I mean, there is no forward for you guys until the next generation comes. But
what do you mean, you guys? You are a level 70. Don't be saying you guys when you are one of the level 70s.
Yeah, but I'm not there. I'm not the same place you guys. I still have buildings. I don't have a stasis globe. I'm grinding these things out. So
so you still have buildings that you can spend resources on to actually, or I should say materials on to actually count towards daily things.
Yes, and ships to upgrade. I mean, yes, I do still have that. So
Everyone still has ships to upgrade, DJs, unless you want to drop 40 grand to max out a G6 Epic. You're not going to be done with the game loop yet.
What?
Have you seen how much it costs to max out a G6 Epic still at this point?
Well, I'm not suggesting that I'm going to max it before I go anywhere else, but I do still have upgrades that I can do.
But it sure would have been nice if all those heroic events had a 0 at the other end of that Sigma Tritanium that they were giving out, rather than the Please, sir, may I have some more?
Well,
that's
sure.
all that this month was. It was literally Oliver Twist holding a bowl up, being like, I almost paid my repair bills, sir. I almost paid them.
You didn't want to use a pylum in the 49s? Because that was basically the response I got earlier. You could just hit 49s all day.
That's where you were in the loop.
I mean,
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about like the heroics.
You could do the heroic with
I don't know.
cheap
I don't know
cheap
I don't know
ships
if
to
you guys know
repair.
this, but like the best way to play this game with this new loop is just to bot. Not that I'm saying that I botted any of the heroics. I would never say that, and I would never encourage anyone to bot. But I will say that there's a specific person that's probably in this chat right now who has, I've mentioned to DJs before, who bots all the time, who really love the
Cut
heroic.
it out. Stop.
I didn't say any names.
And don't.
I'm not.
Captain Bull says, not saying that anybody would bot, but if you were going to bot, what kind of bot would you use? All right. Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it.
I think a theme.
I've heard that space.ovh actually has advertisements for bots on their site. I don't know because I use a really efficient ad blocker. But no, I've heard that literally if you go there, like you can see like, or what is it, the STFC.ovh or whatever site it was that used to show the daily things. Like I literally saw that, or not saw, but was told that there are advertisements for botting software on that site. Which I don't know. I don't think that's a very good business model, but you know.
I mean, hey, they're selling ad space.
Picked up by Scopely as an official, you know, program that that can be used by them. Oh yeah. We actually allow ads by bots.
Oh my God, Green Bay is going to lose this game again in the fourth quarter. Oh my God, why?
Again? How do you lose it multiple times? Okay, so
because we lost in the fourth quarter last week. God, these stupid Packers. Anyway.
Okay. So what I'm sensing.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate you, buddy.
What Moopsy said, what I said, which was basically what Moopsy said as well, and what Crusito said.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Combinations of other people is that the events did not have rewards that made us feel like we needed to go do them consistently.
That I will agree
they
with.
were just out of scale, or it
that's
scale
trash.
one way or another, where it was like, thanks, Dragon Keeper. Where it was like, that's why we didn't feel engaged. It's not because I didn't understand the loop or any of that. It's we didn't feel the value in the rewards was there for the amount of time or the amount of effort or the trite to get there. And so that leads to a lack of engagement because you see the event, you see the amount of grinding that would need to get there if you didn't spend money. And you're like, well, screw that. I have other things to do with my life.
If we're talking about the heroic, I totally 100% agree, which is why I ignored them. I did the other things.
Which basically all of the events this month.
Oh, that's an unfair generalization. They were not all heroics.
To me, it wasn't worth a lot of time. And I'm not shitting on the arc. I'm just saying it, to me, the value wasn't there for exactly the same reason A. Powell didn't see the value.
I think we all agree that the rewards, that's right, Lost End, the rewards were lackluster this month. I don't disagree with that. There's no arguing that. You know, you look at today's leaderboards, then that's a good point. All right, Jules Verne says, wrap it up. There's 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the Green Bay game, and they just scored a touchdown, so now we're ahead by 4. I need to go watch it. All right. Is there anything else? So in Archer says the ratio of heroic to non was
messed up.
7-1. No, it wasn't. That's not mathematically accurate. You're telling me there were 210 heroic events this month. Is that 7? That would be 7-1. 210? I don't think that's right.
Right.
Saying.
I think they're counting the heroics for buying the prototype.
Nothing wrong with getting licked by a penguin.
But there still wasn't 210. I mean, come on. Oh, yes, you wanted to play marbles now. Okay, well, we've got to end the podcast. And you know what? I just now realized. Oh, Vic says no, there were 209. All right, so 7 to 1's not accurate. There was 209. Got it. Okay. Sorry. There you go. All right. With that, we're going to do a very simple show close tonight, and I'm going to stay on stream so we can give away the pack.
I can't believe you couldn't last 2 more minutes.
No, that's funny. There's 2 minutes in the game. If we lose this game in 2 minutes, I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to be so mad if we lose this game in 2 minutes. Anyway, I didn't do a show open, so we'll just end right here. Thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it. I will cut the podcast right here. We'll do our quick marbles giveaway for the live studio audience, and we'll get ready to wrap up. It's been a fun, spirited conversation. I'm glad that we were able to do this tonight and have the podcast. My intention, Tarpy, will be to return tomorrow for just a regular stream, which would count as a bonus stream if I can get myself to do it and if I'm not dying too much from my allergies tomorrow. And I'm not passed out from cold medicine. So we're going to see. Hopefully I'm recovering a little bit and we'll feel better enough to do a bonus stream tomorrow. And then, of course, Tuesday we'll be back and continue our regular schedule throughout this week. All right. Lawson says, I can't wait to hear the podcast with a hype train in the middle. It is. I'm going to leave it in. All right. I'm just going to cut it right here. And I'm going to say thank you guys very much for listening. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for tuning in to Talking Trek, a registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. I'm your friendly neighborhood cat person who was very, very grumpy tonight, saying meow for now. Love you, mean it.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus,
my name is Beck, and I like plants, and I'm a valley girl,
Thank
and
you.
listen to me do all the things on a Rev show.
It's still DJ's show. And with that, we're going to end right here and now. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much, everybody. Tech, check you on the next one. All right, good night. Ridiculous. All right. So that is good. Aragon. Wasn't that the name of the spider in Harry Potter? Aragon? I think it was.
Eric, no.
Aragon.
Aragog was the spider.
Aragog. That's
in
right.
Harry Potter.
Aragog. You're right.
Aragon was the dragon books written by a teenager in the 2000s. With a movie with Jeremy Irons in it that absolutely murdered the entire franchise.
There you go. Lost in. Thank you for
It's
another.
also just a region in Spain. I didn't know about the dragon thing.
Spelled differently.
Aragorn was in Lord of the Rings. Okay, there you go. Lost in. Thank you for dropping 5 and Valorant dropping another 2. As a result, you guys are in another hype train. So thank you very much for that. I'll turn on a little bit of music since we are in a hype train here, and we'll continue on with that. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Don't turn the game on. Cowboys just scored a touchdown. No, they did not. No, they did not. They did. Those sons of bitches. No way. No, they did not. Unbelievable. Green Bay is going to lose this game.
What a noob.
Unbelievable.
That's messed up.
It is messed up. All right. Exclamation point play. You got a chance to come in and win one of $200, one of 2 packs that we're going to give away tonight for the upcoming October arc. Thank you, guys. Lost In is conducting another hype train here. You're in a level 2 hype train. Thank you guys very much.
I'm number 1.
I am number 1. Thank you. Hey, what's going on, Aragonite? Thank you. Appreciate the follow. Welcome in as a first-time chatter. 3 minutes on the clock. Level 2 hype train.
Moopsie.
Moopsie. Thank you. Are you upset? Let's see. Wait. Caledon says you are upset like you bet something. If you bet something with dubious morality, you're going to have to do when they lose. No, I love the Packers. And this is 2 weeks in a row that they've given up terrible losses in the final moments of the game. Dude,
That's messed up.
They were winning for 57 minutes against the Browns. Did you guys know that? The Browns scored 10 back-to-back points in 3 minutes last week, and then we lost the game, which is insane.
Not that you're counting.
Oh my gosh. You guys enter in exclamation point play. I'm going to watch the last 40 seconds of this game.
Bender, I would have said hi to you, but DJz doesn't like my T-Rex arms clogging up his voice chat.
Oh.
Also, this is one of the only football games I'm actively rooting for both teams to lose.
No, I was trying. Listen, we did 4 hours on pod. I was trying to wrap up. All right, here we go. 35 seconds on the clock. We have 3 timeouts. Exclamation point play. You guys can enter in, but I'm gonna watch this. There's only time for like 3 or 4 plays, so I'm gonna watch. Maybe 5 if we hurry. All we gotta do is get down the field and kick a field goal. All we gotta have is a field goal. There you go. There you go. Go, baby, go! Go, go, go! All right. Good. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. We just ran for like 20 yards. Okay. 28 seconds on the clock. That was a gain of 25.
I am so
First
positive.
down.
I'm full of positive energy.
Exclamation point play if you guys would like to come in and try to win. We've got 2 packs to give away. 10 seconds left on this hype train. If you guys want to extend that, 3 subs, all it's going to take to extend the timer. Plugster says, American football, yawn. I'm very excited about it. All right, we just incomplete pass. Lost 6 seconds, 2nd and 10. Thank you guys for the hype train. Appreciate that very much. Thank you guys. Thank you. Benny Hill, thank you for your pity bitty. Oh my God. How do we do this? How do we do this 2 weeks in a row? 2 weeks in a row. Terrible. And he's out of bounds. Good. All right. Oh, they didn't give us the first down. All right, so it's 3rd and 1. 17 seconds on the clock. There was a blocked field goal earlier. I didn't know that. I didn't watch it. Hey, Bender, try being a Panthers fan. You'll cosplay as a Hoover. Yeah. All right. We're at the Cowboys 40. 39, actually. So we only need like 10 more yards, and we can be in field goal range. No way. First down. 12 seconds on the clock. We got time for 2 more plays. We still got the timeouts. All right, we need one more play. One more play, preferably 10 to 15 yards down the road. Down the field. Yeah, Grouchy Outlaw, yes, I'm not going to do marbles. There's 12 seconds. There's 12 seconds on the clock. You're just going to have to wait a second. If they go to commercial break, then we'll play the marbles game. Taffman says, I don't understand how 70 minutes of gameplay can take 4 hours. It's actually only 60 minutes. It's 60 minutes, and usually it's like 3 to 3.5 hours. Okay, here we go. 1st and 10. shotgun snap, trip receivers wide, and a timeout. Dallas just called a timeout. It's a 30-second timeout. Hey, thank you, Corcels. Yves, thanks for the YouTube sub. Appreciate that very much.
You realize this is exactly like a DJ show. Should only take an hour, but ends up 4 hours long.
Well, yeah, it is. We're at 4 hours. I didn't say it was going to only be 4. It was trips wide. It just wasn't all to one side. It was one on one side and double and 2 on the other side. I said trips wide, but it was 1 and 2. Okay, here we go. Huh? All right, here we go. All right, trips would be all to one side. Okay, take a timeout. Take a timeout. All right, there's 8 seconds. I think you got time for one more play, right? But it's got to be quick. I don't even think you've got time to try to throw a touchdown pass. The ball's at the 35, which makes it a 52-yard field goal. So you still need another 10 yards. Oh, my gosh. 9 seconds. They put 1 second back on the clock. Enterprise, that's right. They don't have time for an end zone thing, so they're just going to have to go quick. A short route. You don't have time for the end zone. Oh, my God, what are they doing? Okay, all right. 4 seconds left. We're going to have to kick the field goal. It's going to be a 52-yarder. That was an incomplete pass. You got 4 seconds on the clock. 3rd and 6. We're bringing out the kicker. Dallas is out of timeouts, so they can't ice our guy. Okay. Let's go here. 52-yarder. Right, if it's on the 35, 45-7, yeah, 52. 52-yard. Oh, they're calling it a 53. Here we go. 53 attempt. Right down the center. Let's go. All right. Woo! Yeah! All right, game's tied up. Time for marbles, everybody. Krusty says your time delay is bad. I'm watching on a streaming service, so I'm sure it's probably a little behind. All right, there we go. So it's good. Right down the center, score's tied at 37. Into overtime we go. Time for marbles.
I'm so positive. I'm full of positive energy.
Thank you for your positive energy. 10 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Your chance to win one of 2 $100 packs. Hello.
Guys, I'm concerned that DJz is going to have a cardiac event. We should probably have EMS on standby.
That's probably accurate. Probably accurate. Okay. Here we go. We ready to play? Let's get ready to go. Let me pull up a track for you. All right, guys. 10 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Your chance to win.
I am so positive.
Top 2
I'm
winners.
Full of positive energy.
Top 2 winners are going to win a $100 pack inside Star Trek Fleet Command. Here we go. And the balls are off. Down into the center funnel they go. It's an interesting track. All right, here we go. We're waiting for one marble to fall down the funnel. Who's going to be the first to go? There they go, and they're down. Denver is the first out. Denver is in first place. Madrox in second place. Candid Onion. Matt taking up 3rd and 4th. There we go. Matt there in 5th place as well. Candid Onion overtaking in 2nd place. Denver continues to hold into the 1st place spot, but there's all kinds of balls slapping together here. Wow! Denver made it through the first trap without actually touching any of the obstacles. But Real Cookie Monster has broken away down the center and is now in the lead. Stoney. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Chief Stoney right there. Cookie Monster still making their way around. Cookie Monster is in first place, but just got passed by Matt. There goes Matt now in first place as he makes his way around the final turns. Oh, boy. There he goes, down 2 of the 3. Oh, I got stuck. Whoa! There we go. All right, there is Matt. Krusty the Gnome now in first place. But Krusty going to make his way through. There's Matt. Krusty on the left-hand side. Matt on the right-hand side. As we make our way down into the final section. There goes Harry Boatride. Harry Boatride passes him in the final stretch. Gets slowed down in the final funnel. Harry Boatride, is he going to land in the bucket first? He does. Krusty the Gnome in second. They're your winners. Woo! Congratulations, Harry Boatride and Krusty the Gnome. Congratulations to you guys both winning a free pack inside Star Trek Fleet Command for the month of October.
Nice. He's in my alliance.
Who? Which one?
Harry.
All right. Harry is in Matter's Alliance, so you can buy something that will make your Alliance gameplay experience amazing next month. There you go. All right.
Good job, buddy.
Congratulations, Harry Boatride and Krusty the Gnome. You guys are winners. I'll write that and put it in my little notes section up here. $99 packs. Packs winners for October. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Set Locale just says exclamation point play. You just a minute late, Locale. But thank you for watching. I appreciate that. Seth, thank you for your bits. I appreciate that. Looks like the screen is still trying to catch up on 1 bit at a time. So there you go. All right. Anything else you guys wanted to chat about or play or do anything silly on before we end the stream? It is almost midnight. I should probably go to sleep after I take some more cold medicine.
Huh? Fortnite?
No. If I play Fortnite, I'll be up all night. I don't want to do that. Maybe, do you want to play Fortnite tomorrow night? Is there anything actually happening in the game? Let's look here real quick. Tomorrow, interim schedule. No. Monday, Saris Invasion.
Not this month.
Okay. All right, so the Cowboys have the ball first. What are the new overtime rules? If they score a touchdown, is it over, or do we still have a chance to respawn? If they score a touchdown, it's over, right? But now if they score a field goal, then we get an opportunity, right? I don't remember exactly how it works in NFL. Archer said if they score, both teams get a possession. No, I don't. That's college, Berland. Both teams will get the ball. Okay, so that's a new change. Okay. So both teams get a possession. All right, good. Captain Bull says, I got to drive the Megazord tonight. That was awesome. Really? That's cool. I haven't done it yet. So both teams get a chance to possess the ball. Well, Dallas has it first. They're driving. Oh. Danny, they changed the years. They changed the rules like every single year. So I don't remember how they do it. Like they changed the kickoff rules are so weird this year. I mean, I know why they're doing it for safety and stuff, which is great, but I still can't wrap my head around that. All right. You know what I would love? I would love to force a turnover here and then just kick the field goal and call it a night. That'd be great, right? That could happen. Forgotten Sex says, why did they exclude 46 through 50 from transigent events? I don't know. I don't have an answer. 46 through 50 missed a few events this month. 44 and down missed the Ascendancy events altogether, which I thought was weird. I thought that was not okay. Intercept that ball. And it just makes all the balls slap against each other. All right, that was a big pass. That was a big pass. So, Locale says I would be happy if Dallas would win. What? No. OSU says Dak likes to choke in big moments. Agreed. I wish he would now. But that was a pretty good play. It was a great pass. It's like 15 yards. Okay, so they're just over the midfield line. They're at the Green Bay 43. Now at the 40. All right, I'm going to go so I can watch this. Anything else going on? You guys all good? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah. Why is Win Adami using Pioneer's Crest? I don't know either. I don't know that either. I wish I knew some of the things, but I don't know the things. Intercept that. Oh, no, he was out. Okay. No effing way! No effing way! He was so far out of bounds. What the hell is wrong with you? No way!
You okay over there?
Both feet. He got both feet, dog. He is inbound.
He did get both feet, didn't he? That is insane. What a play. Oh, my God. What a catch. That was insane.
That was CeeDee Lamb,
I
do believe.
Oh, my God. That was insane.
Yeah, Dak Prescott, he was floundering and running for his life and threw up a wounded duck that I think he probably was trying to throw away. But
why are we throwing away foul?
Well, you know.
Instead of taking him to a vet?
God, I cannot believe that. What a throw. What a catch. It wasn't even a throw. The throw was terrible. That was an amazing catch. You can't even take that away from it. I mean, that was so far going out of bounds. And CeeDee Lamb just stretched himself to be 30 feet tall. He just threw it wild.
Basically. Yeah, he just threw it up. He just threw it to empty space.
Yeah, he was trying to throw it away.
Falling backwards, and he just threw it to empty space.
God, CeeDee Lamb. That's why he's worth so many millions and millions and millions of dollars. That might have just won the game right there. We need to force a turnover right here. Force a fumble. Force a fumble. Force a fumble. God, I hate the Cowboys. Ugh! You guys don't want to actually watch me watch the end of this game, do you? No, I want to go watch it.
Yeah.
No, because you're going to watch.
Your reactions are priceless.
You're going to watch me cry. You're going to watch me absolutely lose my mind here in a second.
In a second? Haven't you been there for like 7 years?
Ah, did he? God. I thought he fumbled. They called him down by contact. Okay. Hey, Rubik's. No, we're done with STFC tonight. I'm watching overtime of the Packers game, which I'd rather go do by myself, but they said that they wanted me to stay on stream. Yeah, he was down. Okay. Come on. Big stop.
If you've got some kind of like a good luck striptease or something you have to do, we'll just close our eyes.
Well, that was thrown away.
Okay. It's 4th down. So what do you do? What do you do here? If you're the Cowboys, it's 4th and goal from the 5. Do you kick the field goal? That's what they're going to do. They're going to kick the field goal. You have to, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Field goal, and then
what if
then you play prevent defense.
What
and
if he?
don't-
What if
and
he?
try to?
What if he doings it?
Then Green Bay gets the ball on like the 15.
Let's go. Doing this.
Doing?
Doing it.
What
Don't
does
doing it.
that mean?
Doing it. Doing it. Doing it.
Someone clip that.
Damn it. All right. So they got the field goal. Listen, after that play, that was about as good as we.
Vikings.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Oh, okay. That was as good as you could hope for after that 40-yard bomb. That was as good as what could have happened. You held them to a field goal, but after that CeeDee Lamb catch, that's about as good as you could hope for. Oh my gosh. A doing. Isn't that what it's called? Doing.
Doink.
Doink. A double. A
D-O-I-N-K.
doink. It's a doink.
Doink.
That's right. Doink. I wanted him to doink it. A doink is where it hits the goalpost, and it. Well, it can still go in, but usually they bounce out. But yeah, a doink is to hit the goalpost.
So it's
I've
not
actually
a doing.
I've actually seen
as you were saying.
I've actually seen a double doink. I think the record
That's
is
what she said.
the record is a triple doink. I think that there is a documented triple doink, but even a double doink is really hard to get.
A lot of coordination.
The triple doink didn't go in. I think that there's only a documented double doink with it being successful. I think the only documented triple doink it didn't go in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You just said that.
Yeah, it didn't go in.
Okay.
The double doinks usually don't go in,
I
but
like
they
a
do.
double doing.
Caledon's
It makes me moist.
doink is a
A
technical.
triple doing scares me, but I'm game.
Caledon says I've seen lots of triples. I don't remember a lot of triples. I've seen a few triples, but not
Did you
not
pay
a
for 'em?
not a no. You don't buy a doink. All right, we're back.
Lizard.
CeeDee Lamb was inactive today. Who's wearing number 1?
Lizard.
That's who caught that pass. I thought it was CeeDee Lamb. Who was it?
Oh yeah, I thought it was CeeDee Lamb too. I just assumed with number 1 that would have probably been him, but
Broken Wolf, thank you for all the lizards. Oh, you guys are going to start a sticker party? You're going to start a sticker party in overtime? Oh my God. I'm going to watch this. You guys enjoy your stickers.
Stream stickers are free in 3, 2, 1,
No, no fumble. No fumble. All your stickers are free. Get out all your lizards. Do all the lizard things. All right, here we go. Oh my God. No way. Did we just get hit with intentional grounding? Did we just get hit with intentional grounding? Ineligible player.
Yep.
Third down. Oh my God.
Whose mom went on the field?
Looked like they were setting up the screen and
75. Got a little too deep. See, that's I don't like that call at all. How many yards are they allowed to have?
1 yard.
Oh, I hate that call. That's stupid. If you're pushing your blocker,
In college, I do believe it's 3 yards you're allowed.
That's so dumb. I mean, if you're pushing your blocker, then you just have to stop.
Yes.
That's so stupid. Oh. Oh. Hey, Winnie the Pooh. Are you here to talk about doinks?
When I triple doink, I go to deep and sometimes accidentally push my blocker.
Hey, Peter Griffin. What's up?
Packers lost.
No, they didn't. Not yet. Are you that far ahead? Did they really? No, they haven't. It's still 3rd down. Shut up, Juby. Unless
Keep it going, Juby.
unless they throw a pick right here. That's possible. Come on.
Like an ice pick?
Oh, my God. They are going to lose, aren't they? What? No way!
That's all, folks.
Why was there not a flag on that?
Oh man, that was a sticky flag. Couldn't get out of their pocket.
Oh my God, where was the flag? And a face mask? A flag, I mean, interference and a face mask. Oh my God.
Get 6 or go home.
Yeah, that should have been a flag. Oh my God, that should have been a flag. Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, Archer says, I didn't see a penalty. Really? Were you blinking? Were you yawning? Were your eyes closed? I think the officials were too.
Nah, he just lives in Texas.
I don't like to blame officials for one call, but that should have been a penalty. God. Oh, jeez. All right, here we go. He got it. Oh, okay. All right. Still alive. Game's still going. Don't be a shill. Either call no penalty or call the offense for pushing off. Oh, come on, Turmoil. That was not pushing off. His hand was in his face mask. It was all up in there like this.
What?
I think he might have picked his nose for him. All right, good run. Just don't fumble. Gosh. That was a good run. Is there a doctor in the house? What do you need a doctor for?
You do.
Yeah, you're in Jerry's world. You'll never get those calls. Oh, I don't really believe in that. I try not to be that guy. I try not to be that guy. Hey, Jesus. Yeah, no, it's overtime of the Green Bay game. And I have to watch it. No, it can't end in a tie. A tie would be bad. Go.
I'm number one.
All right, good run. Good run. So Dallas has already used their timeout. We've only got one. No, I don't want it to end in a tie. I mean, I guess a tie is better than a loss, but ties are terrible. Oh, I know it can. I hate ties because right, NFL only plays one overtime, right? No matter what.
Yep. This can end in a tie if they kick a field goal, which they're already relatively in range for a very long one. 2 minutes left. Very well see this going down to kicking a field goal.
Look, Batch. No one likes the Packers and no one likes the Cowboys, Batch. So why don't we all just cheer for the Vikings and go make some meth like good Midwesterners do? Biatch!
Yeah, a tie
Please tell me that was Seth.
It was, yes. A tie is pretty much a loss. That is correct, but I mean, it's still statistically better than an actual loss. But it is a loss. I really just want Jordan Love just to unleash one and just throw it on down. Berlin says it's technically half a win. Yeah, they don't look at it like that, though. They don't. They don't look at it like that. I know, Victor, partiality from officials is a real thing. Officials have been investigated in the past. Yeah, but I don't like that to be my go-to. I mean, ultimately, this is how I feel. If a game comes down to one play, like if you could pin the entire game on one bad play, then there was a lot that happened up to that point. There was a lot that happened up to that point that you could have done better. Yeah, this game's going to come down to one play, right? So how many mistakes did the Packers make along the way where they could have taken away? That's right, like the block field goal. It never would have gone to overtime. Get going. All right, good. 15-yard pickup. 15-yard pickup. Okay. Yeah, see, they'll keep playing until time runs out if they make a field goal. That's why I don't necessarily super love the NFL overtime rules. And why, if a tie is essentially a loss, if I'm the Packers, I might just go for it. You know? I don't know, though. This is the business of football that I don't totally understand. If it's a tie, May says never play for the tie. See, there are reasons why you would, though. Like, especially, it's only week 4, but by the time you get to week 12, week 13, week 14, it could absolutely make a difference. In the wild card and your playoff seeding and all that stuff. But there's not going to be time left. The Packers are running it down. All right, you got to take a timeout here. Take a timeout. Okay. So, we got the ball on the 15. We just used our last timeout.
Yeah, it's now time to take shots to the end zone.
Well, it's second down, right? Yeah, second down.
They need to take 2 shots to the end zone and then kick it for the tie.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to run it. You can't run it here. You gotta throw it. I don't know. Maybe you do run it. It's only 15 yards. If you run it, you still have one time for a rush and then a spike. If you can pick up the 13. Oh, gosh. First down markers at the 2, though.
I'll take 2 shots in my end zone.
Oh, get out of... No! Get out of bounds! You son of a bitch!
He's got to spike it.
Oh, my God! What are you doing?
He's going to run out of time.
Oh, my God! What are they doing?
1, it's over. Oh, no, 1 second left.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
We needed to have a Fitbit monitor on you for this whole time. See your heart rate.
All right. Well, we got the tie. That's it. The game's going to end in a tie. Oh, God. I hate ties. I hate ties.
Mwah.
But
Mwah.
you have
You're the best. Mwah. Give me hugs and kisses.
You have to. I hate ties, but that was the right thing to do. You had to do that because, like, today it may not matter, but 2-3 months from now it's going to matter. Oh, damn. Jeez. Ah! Jesus says, I hate ties as well. I'm more of a leather and chain guy. I get it. All right, guys, we're going to roll. We're going to go. God bless it. That makes me so mad. All right, where are we going? Balabom, thank you for your redeem for VIP. I appreciate that very much. Clark, thank you guys for your hydrates. Captain Bull wants a possum joke. I'll give that to you very quickly. Possum joke time. Here you go.
And then we're going to go. Tarpy, how do you take a lion's temperature?
Are you seriously asking me that right now?
How do you take a lion's temperature?
Carefully.
Oh my God, that's correct. It actually says very carefully.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, that's real.
I'm that tired.
It says very carefully. All right.
By the way, you missed a name change.
Oh, I
think.
I did. I see that. All right, I'll do it real quick.
Okay. And then tell Vic.
Free to play. Really. DJs. All right, there you go. Thank you very much.
I like Lostin's answer better.
The answer is in the end zone.
I'm number one.
How do you take a lion's temperature in the end zone? That's funny. The Lions won today, though, so good for them. All right, we're going to go. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you so very much.
Appreciate you guys coming in, hanging out. Thank you for the bonus stream. Thank you, guys. We'll pay one out tomorrow night. As long as I'm not dying. Okay? So frustrated. God bless it. Okay. Where are we rating to? Let's see who's online.
Is Ice Wolf still on?
Ice Wolf is still on, and I think she's got battle passes to give away. All right, you guys go say hey to Ice Wolf. She's got battle passes. Oh, she's doing the battle pass giveaway right now. Hurry. Go. Go, 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 go. Love you, mean it. Bye.